Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to all the people who have joined today's webinar. We will begin the program with a formal welcome address by Dr. R.K. Malhotra. Dr. R.K. Malhotra is presently the Director General of the Federation of Indian Petroleum Industry. He was earlier Director R&D in IOCL and also held the additional charge as Chairman. He has been a well-known name in R&D in hydrocarbon sector. He has several FIPI stations, so we will not go into the details. It's over to you, Dr. Malhotra.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay. A very good afternoon from my side to all the participants in this program. Let me at the outset welcome our chairman of the Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust, Shri B.K. Chaturvedi ji, Mr. B. Ashok, the former chairman of Indian Oil and presently the CEO of Ratnagiri Refinery project, eminent speakers who have joined already. And I was told before the session that Mr. Ajay Deshpande told that about 300 people have registered. I just tried to check how many have joined. I think it was just 1 minute back, it was nearly 200. So must be maybe even more right now. So that's a very large participant, 212 now. So I'm very glad that we have a good response. Those of you who may not be fully aware about this Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust, I think that will be shared by our chairman, Mr. B.K. Chaturvedi ji. This was set up long back, and then this trust in the memory of late Shri Lovraj Kumar ji. We have been organizing annual workshops all these years since 2000, for the last 20 years or so. And the theme every year has been on the process technology and current areas of interest. We also organized some of the Lovraj Kumar Memorial Lecture, which also this time was had a good response. It was delivered by Mr. Kamath. Other programs also of the trust are for the education of people and supporting the kind of technologies oriented R&D activities, etc. The COVID-19 has changed the life, as all of us know, that the way we work, the way we operate, everything has changed. And that's why we are this year having this virtual program rather than having a physical workshop, which we used to have every year. But I'm glad that at least there is always positive on something which is negative. So we have larger participation of this program being virtual. And maybe the Saturday has also worked that we are doing it on Saturday. So maybe more people have time to join, They are free from their other routine activities on the weekdays. The COVID-19, not only that it has changed the way we work and we operate, or we do these workshops or conferences, seminars, I think it has also changed that the way the refineries will be operating tomorrow. There was large destruction of demand. Fortunately, in India, the demand has come back. Not everywhere has happened. India is a growing economy which will continue to grow. So demand of at least the liquid fuels has come back to the pre-COVID levels. And most of our refineries are not operating at 100% of their capacity. But in time to come, the situation is not likely to be the same. There are so many factors which will be, putting pressure on the refineries. In fact, the integrated refinery and petrochemical concept had already started way back, because the petrochemicals demand or the production in this country is per capita consumption has been significantly low as compared to the world average. So, or the growing economy which we have, the petrochemical demand is going to grow substantially more than what the fuel demand will grow. So most of our refineries have been, adopting this concept of integrated petrochemical complex. Amongst the oil refining companies, Indian Oil has ventured their Panipat complex for aromatics, PTA, olefins, polymers, so MEG, etc. So many things. And in the Paradip complex for PP and MEG. BPC have also done in Kochi refinery propylene derivative acrylics. HPCL has been venturing through their HR RRL complex at Barmer. Olefins, HMEL is also in Bathinda going for olefins and polymers. So MRPL and RIL in any case is a big player in petrochemicals, as all of you know. And what I learned, and Mr. Ashok will tell more, that his Ratnagiri complex will also certainly have a petrochemical integration in any case. And in this pre-COVID scenario, most of our refineries have been having the production of petrochemicals, the percentage of crude has been around 10 to 15%. But it is envisaged that this percentage in the changing scenario will change and may go up to 40% in time to come. Because of not only the COVID scenarios, that it will be, the demand will be to some extent, people will start operating from homes, the work from home culture is growing, the meetings, travel will reduce, and so on and so forth. But electric vehicles, biofuels, all these are also being given big push by the various stakeholders and the government and policymakers. So it is envisaged, and also the growing demand of petrochemicals, it is envisaged that this will go up to 40% in time to come. So I think the program which was thought of, and I must compliment Mr. Ajay Deshpande, the thought process of course came from Chairman Mr. Chaturvedi ji, but the pains which Ajay has taken to put this program together, I must appreciate and put on record. He has been reaching out to various people. I could not, because of my other responsibilities, I could not find that much of time, but Ajay has been tremendous. He has planned the program in 3 legs, which is excellent. That the first leg will be talking about the technology providers, the second EPCM companies, the next month in January and February, finally the companies who have to adopt these type of technologies. So I think we have some 3 hours, 3 times. Of course, details will be shared by Mr. Ajay Deshpande to you in due course, and we'll certainly have some of the interesting sessions today and then in January and then in February. Normally we used to have a 2 days workshop. So this, I think, will be even better in a way that more participation is there, more people can attend to from the cozy atmosphere of their home, or even if it is done on a working day from their offices also. So with these few words, I once again welcome you all and thank our chairman for giving us the motivation to do this program. He was the driving force behind it, and Ajay for implementing it. I had very, very little role, let me admit that. With these few words, I now will request our chairman, Shri Chaturvedi ji, who has been having an illustrious career in the civil services. He was in the member of the planning commission. He was in the he was the cabinet secretary. He was also the petroleum secretary for some time, and rose up to he was in the PMO also. Various positions in government he has held, and he is highly respected. Let me also add that besides we have so many civil servants in the country, but he has been the kind of reputation and the kind of respect which he commanded while in service, and even after he hanged his shoes, is marvelous. So we are very proud and happy that he is chairing this Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust, besides having several other responsibilities which he has been carrying forward even after his retirement, various positions which he is holding. And his contribution to this country has been enormous, let me tell you. So with these few words, let me, sir, request you to give the inaugural address for this workshop and guide us all that how things should be happening. Over to Shri Chaturvedi ji.
Well, thank you, Dr. Malhotra. And first of all, let me congratulate Ajay and Dr. Malhotra, and welcome on my own behalf, Ashok, for agreeing to be the chief guest and delivering the address. Welcome all the persons who are delivering the address today and giving us so much information, and welcome all the participants. A word about the trust. This trust was set up sometime in 1994 now more than 26 years have happened. We have been for more than a decade working on this area of petrochemicals and of technologies and how we can improve the investment climate in this sector. We have been working on that, and this has therefore been a very major contribution of the trust I see, apart from a number of other activities which we try to do. The intention is to promote investments, R&D climate in the oil sector and in the related areas. It is quite clear that several developments in the last couple of years have forced us to look in a wider perspective. The first major issue was the question of the climate change. Because of the climate change issues, countries started working on energy efficiency much more. And energy efficiency meant that they wanted to reduce the demand for oil and the consumption of petroleum and carbon. So with this, we realized that it was important that we move over and find some other usages also for apart from the transport usage, and that has led to the use of our looking for other areas. The other major development was the reduction in the cost of renewable energy. There were renewable energy developments earlier, but there was substantial reduction in the cost. I remember the cost used to be somewhere around 15-16 rupees per unit sometime in 2003-04, and suddenly it dropped, and today it is now around 2 rupees to 250 per unit. Now, this sharp reduction in cost means that renewable energy will provide a very substantial part of energy requirements of the country. Now, this meant that the oil sector demand may get depressed. In fact, I remember a meeting sometime in 2000, I think it was 7 or 8 in Saudi Arabia. And there the oil minister was asking us that you must tell us how much investment we should make, because we are not sure how the demand will be growing in the coming years. And in case we make investments in oil production and the demand doesn't come, then we will have difficulties. So the world over, the problem was that they were not sure of how the demand will grow. But as things have happened, the projection is that by around 2050 or so, India's demand will really moderate itself. Now, in this scenario, they have planned this oil to chemicals, this thing, because this will improve the capacity, the viability of the oil refineries. You know, India is the 4th largest oil refiner in the world. We have around 250 odd million tons of capacity. And I understand that they're planning to go up to 500 in the next decade, in the next 10 years. If that is so, we have to make a wider use of oil rather than just the usage in the transport sector. And that has led to a huge interest. Also, the fact that the consumption of petrochemicals in India, availability and consumption itself is low. And as the economy grows, there will be demand. That also has helped us in this regard. I'm sure that the 3-stage seminar which has been planned, the first stage, as I was seeing, being the presentation on various technologies, a presentation subsequently on persons, on the users, and a presentation by implementers who will be the EPC persons who will be implementing it. This 3-stage is a very interesting idea, because all the three stages now are quite clearly delineated, and people would then be able to look at it in a separate manner. And as and when they plan their projects, they can look at it in a very integrated manner, but with a clear idea of where they are getting the technologies, where they can get the persons who are implementing the project, and how they can make the investments. So these are some of the things which they will be discussing in the next seminars. Today's seminar, of course, is about those persons who will be presenting about the various technologies. I am sure that this will add a world of knowledge to the already expanding petrochemical sector. And if our contribution can help us expand the investments climate in the country and thereby increase the growth rate of the country, overall incomes in the country, overall employment in the country, I think we would have done our job properly. With these words, I wish this seminar all success, and be looking forward to hearing the participants and the address of Mr. Ashok on this issue with his vast experience on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It has been your words of wisdom are always useful, and always give us some benefit of your vast experience. Now, this is the time to welcome Shri B. Ashok for giving the keynote address in this workshop. Mr. Ashok is as most of you must be knowing, he was the chairman of Indian Oil. He's from he's a mechanical engineer by profession, Madras University. He did from there, but he also had the management degree from MDI Gurgaon. And while working in Indian Oil, he was heading the retail business of Indian Oil, which controls more than 50% or nearly 55% of the retail volumes. He was state head of several, two states where he handled and coordinated the entire industry level activities during his tenures, and he has also worked overseas also on behalf of Indian Oil. After superannuating from Indian Oil, Mr. Ashok is now the CEO of RRPCL, the Ratnagiri Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited. So I think, as I said initially also, that this refinery is going to have a large petrochemical complex, and he has been working towards planning of this new refinery and petrochemical complex. Incidentally, he was also the chairman of FIPI, before he superannuated. So welcome, Ashokji, and we look forward to hearing your views. Over to Mr. Ashok.
Thank you, Dr. Malhotra, for a very gracious introduction. Mr. Chaturvedi, Dr. Malhotra, Mr. Deshpande, panelists who are participating in today's workshop, and of course, the larger audience of people connected to the oil and gas industry. Good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my proud privilege and pleasure to be here amongst you in meeting technologists and, of course, the refinery experts and the petrochemical experts. I must say that probably over the last 3 years, I have a better understanding of all these subjects than my earlier understanding, even when I was chairman of Indian Oil, because I'm leading a project where we need to start from configuration of the project to the products that we would manufacture, the technology selection, the EPC related issues and all that. So I think, the conference theme is absolutely timely and very, very welcome development. I must say that while some words have already been expressed about the need for integration of the refineries with petrochemicals, I would also like to give my own, though some of those points could be a repetition of what others have mentioned already. One of the things which actually, basically integration between refineries and petrochemicals is gaining currency all across the world for the last few years. Now, one of the reasons I would say from a refiner's perspective is that it will help to stabilize the margins due to the volatility that we have been facing, especially of late. When we have never seen cracks being negative for gasoline or being so low for gas oil and things like that. So these are things which are really affecting the performance of the refineries. And I think even 5-6 years ago, we have started thinking of what should be done to stabilize the financial performance of the refineries without our dependence on certain non-controllable factors such as the cracks, etc., which can go up and down. Especially in the recent time, it has been going up and down a lot. So that is one thing. Secondly, the demand for petrochemicals has been going up. I mean, starting with very simple products, literally like a once-use plastic, disposable plastics, to a very sophisticated line of products today. I mean, you have plastic and petrochemical derived products almost in everything that we use today, or even far more sophisticated, whether it's the automobile or even the aircrafts, we can find everything which is somewhere or other connected with the petrochemicals and so on. So the demand for it going forward is only going to go progressively or exponentially going up. The third issue which has been mentioned, of course, is the issue of climate change, the environmental concerns, and of course, the related energy transition issues. So, this is something which has been bothering across the world. So people are saying, or rather blaming the fossil fuels for the pollution and its impact on climate change and so on. And at the same time, people have been working on alternatives, especially electric vehicles, and for transportation and the other renewables for power production and so on. So that is the other major thing. And lastly, of course, the one which has really brought primacy to this issue is the COVID and its demand destruction. I think that has brought in a sense of urgency in the entire industry in terms of, what can we do? Now, coming to specifically to the Indian scenario, I would say that Indian refiners historically have been focusing more on the refining business. The reason for that was the huge demand growth for conventional fuels. Over the last several decades, we have been growing rapidly, in terms of our conventional automotive fuels. And so the refiners were basically C2F focused, which is crude to fuels and not C2C. The second thing was improvement in refining margins basically meant technological upgradations in the refineries. So you had a scenario over the last many decades where initially FCC came, and then you had the hydroprocessing, then hydrocracking, then resid upgradation projects, and so on. And parallelly, since the turn of this millennium, we have also had this upgradation in the quality of fuels which was required. And so the refiners were basically focused on either improving the technologies to process a wide variety of crude, which in a national sense was a tremendous advantage for us. Because earlier, most of the refineries were constructed with certain feedstocks in mind, from a particular geography and so on. I think over time, the refiners have done wonderfully well in India, in the sense that many of the refineries are capable of processing many different hundreds of varieties of crude from any geography in the world. We have refineries which can process the worst of crudes, the heaviest of crudes, to the lightest of crudes. So this was the focus basically of the refiners in India. The third thing, of course, I would say there has been, I wouldn't say there has been no emphasis on chemicals at all. People have been, at least since the turn of this millennium, people have been focusing both in terms of forward integration as well as backward integration. People in the petrochemicals field or the chemicals field, they were trying to get into the refining space, and people from the refining space were actually trying to get into the petrochemical field. You have the private sector example, Reliance, of course, the way they moved into refineries, which was more of a backward integration for them. And whereas companies like, say, Indian Oil, my earlier organization, which came up with the first naphtha cracker and all that. Otherwise, these two businesses were independent of each other till that time. The chemicals and petrochemicals were one component of business, and the refiners were the second. Some feedstocks were supplied by the refiners to the petrochemical people, and that business was treated as independent. But then since the turn of this millennium, as I said, slowly people have started getting into the setting up of crackers and so on. And so that way the thought process has come in. Meanwhile, the demand for petrochemicals, as I said, has been going up exponentially. Our consumption is so low compared to world average. We consume hardly about 11 kgs per person, whereas even the world average is at least 3 times that. So definitely there is a huge amount of increase in petrochemicals which is required. I would say that there are also some additional factors specific to India, which also made some of us think of integration with petrochemicals. One was the demand for kerosene coming down substantially. I mean, around 13-14, the kerosene allocation for the states started going down. So we were actually thinking what to do with this kerosene. I mean, luckily, I would say parallelly, what was happening was the aviation industry was opening up. So the demand was for ATF was going up. So we had a demand destruction of kerosene. At the same time, the ATF, there was a growth. So to some extent, we were able to manage that. But then we knew that at some point of time, the refiners will have to face this paradox of what to do with the additional kerosene and so on. The other thing was in terms of the technological development, especially the PFCCs, or I mean, for Indian Oil, it was INDMAX commissioning and so on. So we had a FCC unit which was capable of at least producing double the quantity of propylene, etc., which was earlier possible with the conventional FCCs. So this also led to the thought process of why don't we get into much more of petrochemicals and so on. So now more and more refineries are exploring options of setting up steam crackers. Some are even looking at gas crackers. And of course, the whole thing is dependent on the techno-commercial viability of the space. I mean, people are also looking at setting up only polypropylene plants with propylene recovery, as I said, because of the FCCs or something else. Similarly, integration in aromatics with PX, PTA, styrene, phenol. I mean, these are all options which people are looking at. I mean, almost all the refineries today in the country are looking at this option. And there are also other feedstocks which are now available. I mean, thanks to a large extent due to the shale oil revolution in the US. I mean, today you have much more options in terms of gas which is available, shale gas, and you have any amount of propane which is available, any amount of natural gas which is available. At the same time, lighter feedstocks in terms of crude is also available. I mean, you have a lot of light crude which is available. To some extent, some of us who earlier designed refineries based on heavies availability at a cheaper price, today are in a quandary. To see, I mean, you find that the heavier crudes are not available in the market nowadays, and sometimes it's even more expensive than the lighter crudes. But then you have set up all the equipments to process these. So some of these things, in some extent, are also operating as a paradox. So I would say that these are the issues, and I would say for a refiner, it is more or less in terms of establishing stability in terms of financial performance as a refiner. That was the key thing. Now, existing refineries, I mean, they are also doing this value addition in terms of valorization of the molecules and so on. And I mean, most of them are on a single-digit percentage. I mean, some of them are as low as 2%. Even if you talk of, say, Indian Oil's Gujarat Refinery, etc., where lab units were there and so on, which was some amount of petrochemical feedstocks or even Panipat, etc., the percentage of conversion was still lower. I mean, some of the bigger refineries today are going into double digits, but greenfield refineries certainly are planning to go in much, much greater. And some of the private sectors like Reliance are talking of much greater conversion in terms of petrochemicals. Now, coming to my project, RRPCL, we conceptualized it as an integrated project. That is one advantage. I mean, all other projects are refineries where you are adding petrochemicals subsequently. So we have, on the contrary, designed, or we are trying to design the project itself as an integrated project. With the result, there is a lot of optimization possibility during the construction and execution phase itself. We are planning for petrochemical intensity of at least between 20 and 30%. But the point here is also the cost. The capital cost of the petrochemicals is far greater than the refining units. So one needs to balance the economics with the technical viability of such projects and look at it in a holistic manner. Now, before I end, I thought I will just bring to the audience some of the few issues for the consideration and for debate. Some of them may be contrary to what is seen as more or less, a bandwagon-like approach where everybody is moving towards a particular direction. So I just thought, let me leave these thoughts for the audience. Now, huge changes and uncertainties are driving this sort of, I would say, a reaction in the refining sector all across the world. Globally, you find everybody worth his salt is now trying to integrate wherever they can. Very small refineries of, say, of the order of 100,000 barrels or lower, some of them are getting closed because probably there is no economic feasibility in terms of either their upgradation or in terms of extension to petrochemicals. But the other refiners with reasonable capacities are all looking at, I mean, how do we integrate with petrochemical production and so on. But my only point is that you can't take a universal global principle like this across the world. I mean, because the world is doing, we also want to do. I don't think we need to take an approach like that. Every geography, every country has its own uniqueness. And I think in India, we also need to treat it uniquely. I mean, because somebody is doing like this in Europe or USA, we need not immediately jump into the bandwagon saying that, okay, we should have so much of conversion, we should get into this and that. And all. The reason I'm saying is that we still have to grow economically. I mean, that is the priority number one. I mean, India needs a lot of economic development going forward. The Prime Minister is talking of a 5 trillion economy, a 10 trillion economy, and so on, which is, I mean, 3 to 5 times of what it is currently, or I mean, 2 to 5 times of what it is currently. So when you're talking like that, energy is going to be one of the predominant factors driving this economic growth. So when energy is going to be driving the economic growth, India will need to find all forms of energy that is available to it. I mean, whether it is renewables, whether it is alternative sources of energy, whether it is electric vehicles, whether it's conventional fuels. I think we need to do with all forms of energy in future. So that is one point which I would say, because one of the things which is happening is when we are all jumping to the bandwagon of petrochemical conversion, we must also factor in that whatever percentage we convert, to that extent, the fuel availability is going to reduce. We don't want to have a situation where 5 years down the line, the country continues to import fuels, I mean, gasoline and gas oil, which will be far more harmful to the economy. The reason I'm saying is that, I mean, crude, at least you can import from all parts of the world, all geographies, we have the flexibility to process it. Whereas when you come into product imports, it has to come only from nearby geographies. And when a country like India starts importing gasoline and gas oil, I mean, the prices are going to scoot. So that is one thing which needs to, so the prescription cannot be uniform. So we need to have a very balanced approach. I mean, as Mr. Chaturvedi also pointed out, I mean, for India specifically, many of these global agencies have predicted that we will continue to grow at least till 2045, even in conventional fuels. In terms of a portfolio percentage, it can come down. But in absolute numbers, it is likely to go up. The second major issue we need to find out is, see, all refineries in India is diesel driven. I mean, we have skewed our production basically to diesel because that was what was required in the country. So we need to have conversion in case the demand for automotive fuels come down, specifically for diesel. When even now we are seeing that gasoline to diesel proportions are changing. So when diesel demand goes down, we need to focus on what do we do with diesel. So I think the cost of, I mean, anything, chemical engineers can do anything. They can crack any product and produce any other product. Diesel can also be cracked. But at this point of time, the cost of technology of processing diesel into petrochemical products is far more than the rest of the feedstocks. So this is an area which we as a country will need to be more focused on. And I would request the technologists in the group also to think about this, because India is basically designed to produce between 45 and 55% of diesel in many of its refineries. So if in case the demand of diesel comes down, so what do we do with the surplus diesel is something which needs to be seen. The increase in availability is also having to have an impact on the pricing of these products. So let's be cognizant and mindful that the pricing issues also need to be handled, because many of us are making our evaluations based on the current prices, the current cracks, and so on, whether it is fuels or whether it's petrochemicals. The fourth thing is operations of the petrochemical plants. I'm sure you are all refiners. I am not. So, but I can make this statement. The operations of petrochemical plants are far more complex compared to refineries, because reactions are more in petrochemical plants. So the issues of HSNE for a petrochemical is far greater than refineries. Of course, as refiners, we are very, very cognizant of health and safety issues in our operations. We can be very proud of whatever we have been doing as of now, but let us be conscious of the fact that petrochemicals need a higher level of safety and environment consciousness than our conventional refining. And we have unfortunately seen a couple of accidents in the last few months in the country in petrochemical plants. So this we should be, I mean, I'm not talking of the history where we had a very grave crisis, but this is something which one needs to be cognizant of. Now, technology development is another thing which we need to focus, especially domestically. When you're talking of Atmanirbhar Bharat and so on, I think technology development is something for petrochemicals which has to be focused on. Now, there is very little, or I mean, maybe not very significant R&D effort which is going into technology development areas in the petrochemicals. In refineries, I mean, we had the similar situation, but over time, we have now graduated and a lot of refining technologies are available within the country. But when you come to petrochemical products, especially guarded technology is the most often used terminology, which actually restricts our ability to get some of these technologies implemented in our country. So in a way, they are tightening our hands in terms of importing such of these products. So we need to be focused on technology development, not only for those which are not so guarded, but even for those guarded technologies, and we should work on that. The other major issue, I would say, from a petrochemical thing is the environment and social consciousness of a producer has to be much, much higher than what it used to be in the past. I mean, today people are talking of sustainability and they're doing something about sustainability also. But when we come into plastics and I mean, such of the petrochemical products, number one, we should be conscious of what are the products that we are producing, what is the impact on the greater social context it is going to have, and also what do we do about this? I mean, today, recycling of plastics, etc., is gaining enormous importance. I think part of it will have to become a producer's responsibility in terms of reclamation technology, etc., and also looking at biodegradable plastics in the medium term. I mean, how do we really ensure that these things are not thrown? And I mean, world over, people are talking of marine pollution and so on and so forth. So this is something which we need to be very, very cognizant of. The final point I would like to make is, I mean, in terms of cluster development, Mr. Chaturvedi will definitely appreciate this point, that you know, the impact of the petrochemical industry, especially when you talk of polymers and related industries, is the ability of cluster development. You have a lot of, I mean, you are going to have hundreds and hundreds of products in future, which needs to be manufactured. And many of these are also going to be manufactured by medium scale industries, small scale industries, besides large scale industries. I don't think we have been very successful in the country as a cluster development. I mean, we are all setting up big anchor units, but there are no industries downstream which are actually able to optimize on the anchor's presence and then do things. I mean, if you really want to produce cost-effective products, you want to compete with global manufacturers and so on, I think we need to develop this cluster as an objective. I mean, at least for RRPCL, we have been always talking right from day one that if and when our project comes, it will come along with a cluster. And there will be large industries which will be linked to the anchor project. There will be also smaller industries which will be set up. It will not only create economic development, it will also generate a lot of employment opportunities for the country. I mean, these two are supposed to be very, very significant. I think the last point which I would like to say is in terms of application. I think there is huge opportunity and potential for application development for petrochemical products. I mean, I know earlier chairman, as I was his chairman, we used to have this product application and development center in Panipat, and they came up with a lot of products which could be used and which could be, I mean, converted to use. Today, you find plastic use and almost everything. So I think development, not only development of products, but also development and innovation in the applications is something which is going to be very crucial in the overall development of the industry. So I think these are some of the points which I thought I will place for consideration. I would like to once again thank the Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust for the glorious work that they are doing. And I mean, thank you very much for inviting me, Dr. Malhotra, Mr. Deshpande, and Mr. Chaturvedi. Thank you so much. for the kind words that you have expressed. And thank you, audience. I'm sure you will find the workshop very, very engaging and extremely useful. And I mean, I can say with confidence, because I'm learning even today. We are going through the whole process. We have engaged with almost all the participants of this workshop, not only in this today's workshop, but in the subsequent ones which have been planned also individually as a company. So it's been a great experience in learning. So I'm sure you will also find it very useful. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ashok, for very rightly saying that India's fuel demand will continue to grow. And we cannot be shifting our entire fuel production to petrochemicals. We need petrochemicals also, we'll need fuels also. So I think the planners will have a more responsibility of estimating the demand, the growth, both for fuels and petrochemicals, and adopt the policies accordingly. And you are also, I was glad being an R&D person, and Ajay is also smiling, that R&D focus is absolutely necessary. You recall during my days when we had started the petrochemical research, and my successors have been doing a wonderful job. And you were right that the product application division was also set up, and Panipat Center was set up. I think these are necessities that when we get onto this more of petrochemical, oil to chemical business, and environmental, we can't emit carbon, so we will have to be environmentally conscious. So very aptly putting all your thoughts together. Which have given, which I'm sure will give a good start to this workshop. And Mr. Ajay Deshpande has planned a series of presentations, and thanks to all the speakers who have joined us. And we look forward now. Over to Ajay. Now you have to take over and conduct the next part of the program.
Thank you very much, Dr. Malhotra. Chairman, sir, Mr. Chaturvedi, Dr. Malhotra, Mr. Ashok, you have practically covered the entire background for this workshop, which I had thought of. Very frankly, the thought of this workshop came to me last year in the Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust workshop, which was on energy transition, wherein a presentation was made on petrochemicals by EIL, my erstwhile organization. And that presentation at that time appeared very interesting. And I kept it at the back of my mind. The prominence of this presentation and the data presented in that presentation came forward to me after the pandemic, when the problems started arising regarding fall in transportation fuel demand and lower margins of refinery operation. And I took that as a subject for this year's workshop. Without wasting any more time, I will straight away go to the presentations and start with the first speaker, Mr. Mike Panak from UOP. Mike is the managing director at Honeywell, UOP India in Gurgaon. He joined Honeywell in 1990 and has more than 25 years of experience handling natural gas, petrochemicals, and renewables. He has worked extensively in Europe, Middle East, and Asia, and he is enabling UOP in further escalating its operations and serving their esteemed customers in new technology and business models. He's a bachelor's in chemical engineering and a postgraduate MBA from University of Chicago. Over to you. Just a word before you take over, Mike, for the information of all presenters as well as participant delegates. The presenters will make their presentations at one go, and the question and answers will be taken at the end of all the presentations. My request to all the attendees is that please put in your questions in the Q&A box with a very clear name of the speaker to whom the question has been addressed. And my request to all the presenters is that after your presentations are over, please look into the Q&A box for the questions that are addressed to you, and try to answer as many as you can, and you can combine a couple of questions together and answer them with a common reply. But an attempt, I request you to make answer and add as many questions as you can. The sequence of the question and answers will be in the same order as the speakers, meaning thereby that the first questions that will be taken up will be of Mr. Mike's presentation, and likewise for the others. So over to you, Mike.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Deshpande. Thank you for that introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Malhotra, nice to see you. Mr. Ashok, nice to see you. Really, it's great to see. I think now we're over 300 participants. So great to see so many people joining today on a Saturday. And thank you for the opportunity. It's especially my pleasure to kick things off today. I want to talk about, what UOP is doing in this area. I think it's going to be right along the lines of what we heard our initial speakers talking about. So I'm really excited to tell our story and be part of this. Our version of the oil to chemicals is what we call Refinery of the Future. And really, it's about securing a better future for refiners through better, more efficient petrochemical integration. So for us, for UOP, Refinery of the Future is about molecular management. We want to take every molecule and send it to the right place. So that involves, first we have to sort out the different feedstocks, and then send those particular molecules to the best place to process them through the most efficient pathways, to the best available technologies, of course, using the latest and greatest catalyst and adsorbents, and doing that at optimum operating conditions. And we want to do that with flexibility. I think we just heard that although petrochemical demand is increasing, fuels demand here in India is also still increasing. So there's going to be some unknowns in when this shift is going to happen, and we need to be flexible on being ready for that at the right time. But how do we do this and do it the right way for each and every refiner? So to that end, UOP's developed what we call our 6 efficiencies. And again, this is very much in line with what we heard from some of the initial speakers here. So this is 6 metrics that we look at when we develop a solution for any customer. And so we start with carbon, right? We want to put the right molecules to the right place, of course. Second, we want to optimize the use of hydrogen, where it's coming from and where it's going. Particularly here in India, hydrogen's extremely expensive, and optimizing that is increasingly important. Then on the utility side, obviously we want to do more with less. On emissions, we heard, again, I think every speaker so far has mentioned climate change and the importance of environment and the emissions. So we got to get the emissions down while we're doing this. And then water. Water is becoming more and more a scarce resource, and we need to treat it that way. And in the past, we haven't looked at all these different metrics typically. And so now we're doing that. And of course, we need to do this thinking also about the capital. We want to obviously have a bankable project, and that means we need to have attractive returns for investors. So how do we do this? I want to talk about 4 ways for refiners to pivot, move away from traditional fuels production and shift to petrochemicals, where the high growth is. And so I'm going to be talking about four pivots, I'll go through them one by one. I won't talk about them here, but I want to say a couple things. One, these pivots can be used both in existing brownfield sites or with greenfield sites. And but where we want to go to is we want to go where ultimately there's about a 3-to-1 ratio between olefins and aromatics. That's in line with the predicted growth in petrochemicals. And we want to do this with integrated solutions. So the first one I want to talk about is what we call OCP FCC integration to enable world-scale polyolefins. And I think already it's been rightly said that FCC is the heart of it's the heart of conversion for an integrated refinery. And a lot of people talk about producing ethylene and propylene from FCC units. And that's very good, but up to a point. When you look at ethylene, a world scale polyethylene plant is on the order of about 650 KMTA in a single train. That's well beyond what can be produced in a traditional FCC unit. But on the polypropylene side, where world scale single train is around around 500 KMTA, this is very much in line with existing FCC units. But that doesn't mean the ethylene is not valuable. In fact, it's very valuable because it often is used as a copolymer along with propylene. And you see here the percentages needed for ethylene when you're making copolymers. Could be between 1 to 4% for a random polymer and up to 20% for an impact polymer. So the interesting thing about this 4-to-1 ratio, when you look at the impact polymers, where you have 4-to-1 propylene to ethylene, that's right in line with the product ratio from our OCP technology, or olefin cracking technology. And I'm going to talk about that in more detail next. So let's see how we integrate the OCP into an FCC unit. Again, in many FCC units, there is room to economically increase the severity of many existing FCCs. But beyond a certain point, the economics actually turn down, and then it makes sense to send the C5 to C8 stream to an olefin cracking process. The olefins are cracked preferentially to propylene, and you make propylene and ethylene again in the ratio of about 4.4-to-1 ratio. And then the saturates pass through the OCP, and they can be processed in the alkylation unit to make alkylate. So let's see, how does the OCP really add value? And this chart tells that story. If you look, from left to right, how you would typically increase the severity in an FCC unit. Say you start on the left with the base fuel mode. You may initially add ZSM5, then you may increase your reactor temperature and increase your riser steam. Then you may take another step, reduce your pressure, increase your riser steam some more, and then finally increase your reactor temperature. So when we do this, there is a cost for this, and that is, as you increase the severity, you consume more utilities. You increase your coke make. And as you increase your coke make, of course, your emissions of CO2 go up. So of course, here on the bottom, you see the propylene yield does go up, but that increase comes at a price. Let me show you that. So on the next, this shows actually the incremental internal rate of return for your investment when you operate with just the FCC unit and increase your severity to increase your propylene yield. And you'll see that there is a maximum after which that incremental rate of return starts to fall back down. And then it makes more sense to actually, again, process those C5s to C8s in the OCP. And so here shows the same sort of line for the combination of FCC and OCP. And of course, if you're operating to the left of that intersection, it makes more sense to operate with just the FCC. But if you want to really push up to higher and higher levels of propylene, then it makes more economic sense to add the olefin cracking technology. And we're starting to see this get recognized. And in fact, we've licensed our first unit in China, and that's in design right now. That should be in operation very soon. And we'll have some commercial reference here for this. So the next case I want to talk about is non-traditional hydrocracking, and this is moving away from producing kerosene and diesel for transportation fuels. And first, I'll start with kerosene. You know, considerations for what to do with your kerosene. Traditionally, a lot of it went into jet fuel. Often it went into diesel, and then at times it would be even downgraded to fuel oil. But we would argue that there's a better way to use this kerosene, and we have a more flexible solution. So when we look at kerosene as a feedstock now, and we look at what the demand is going to be in the future, we see that LPG and naphtha being much more valuable in the future. And therefore, let's talk about how we can upgrade that kerosene to get those more valuable products. So first, we're going to do this in a few steps, a few stages of hydrocracking. And this is the base case. So this is where traditionally you see the VGO being processed in a hydrocracker, mostly to make diesel or distillates. And you see here the straight run diesel and kerosene is being hydrotreated. And then you see at the top, we have a naphtha complex coupled with an aromatics complex. So this is our base case. And then as we proceed, watch the pie chart on the right, how the productions change as we increase these stages of hydrocracking. So the first stage, as we shift away from producing diesel through the hydrocracker, instead we want to produce heavy naphtha and send that heavy naphtha to the naphtha complex and ultimately make aromatics. You see on the right side a substantial increase in the petrochemical production, and of course in the net cash margin, which is obviously important. But we're not done yet. In the second case, now we're going to add another hydrocracking reactor, and instead of hydrotreating that straight run diesel, we're going to convert it again into additional heavy naphtha. But now we're doing this in a reactor that weighs less, that costs less, that operates at a lower pressure. And so we're saving operating expense, we're saving CapEx. And at the same time, we're significantly boosting our paraxylene production. But even so, we're not done yet. So here in the third case, now we are doing the same thing, but this time with the kerosene. We had another reactor. Again, this is a still smaller reactor, less steel, less cost, less operating expense. And overall, you see now the petrochemical make is up to 82%. And you see on the bottom, the 30% less CapEx and OpEx over traditional VGO or diesel hydrocracking of a similar capacity. And if we look at the overall summary here, we can increase PX production by 3 times, processing the same amount of crude, and thereby increase the net cash margin by $22 a barrel, a huge amount. The next case I want to talk about is we want to move into olefins and talk about how we can take the LPG, say, out of our fuel pool and use that to make olefins. And the most optimum route is through PDH or C3 hydrogenation. So here's kind of our base case refinery connected with a steam cracker. Many people will probably ask, why not just send the LPG to the steam cracker? Or how can we beat sending that LPG to a steam cracker? Well, let me show you. So when you add the LPG splitter and send the propane to a propane dehydrogenation unit, it's much more efficient than sending that same propane into a steam cracker. So why is that? Well, the reality is propane doesn't want to be ethylene. Propane would much rather be propylene. And when you send that propane to a cracker, you see here on the left, the carbon efficiency and the hydrogen efficiency both drop significantly. The other side effect here is you make a lot of methane. And when we talk about molecule management, every time you lose methane, you lose carbon, and that's a loss. Even worse than that, every time you you make a molecule of methane, you lose 4 atoms of hydrogen with it. So this is a very inefficient use of your propane. So let's look at what happens when we put that same propane now into an Oleflex unit, which is UOP's propane dehydrogenation technology. You see on the left, much higher hydrogen and carbon efficiencies. You make 75% less fuel gas and 40% more olefins. Much more efficient conversion in the PDH. And when you look at it, the economics of that, you'll see a 14% incremental IRR benefit. It's a huge increase by sending the right molecule to the right place to make the right products. Okay, the last example I want to talk about is really a step change in polyolefin production, and that's by optimizing your steam cracker feedstocks. And in this case, you don't actually have to have a steam cracker for this to add value to you, but you do need to understand the value of the light naphtha that you're making and how you should price it when you sell it on the market. So again, this is the same base black flow diagram. And in this case, now we're going to focus on that steam cracker. So, and in particular, we're going to focus on the quality or the composition of the feedstock that you're sending to that steam cracker. Now, steam crackers don't like isoparaffins. They much prefer normal paraffins as a feedstock. And if you look at the yields shown on the right-hand side here, this shows the light olefin yields for each of the feed components by carbon number and separated between iso and normals. And you'll see that the yields for the normal paraffins are significantly higher, on the order of 15 to 20% higher for the normal paraffins versus the isoparaffins of the same carbon number. So then, of course, the question becomes, well, how to separate these components efficiently? So we do that through UOP's integrated olefin suite. This is a combination of what we call our Maxine technology, which is another Sorbex technology that UOP licenses, and very, very similar to our Parex technology that many of you might be aware of or familiar with, which very efficiently separates iso and normal paraffins. And then we take those isoparaffins, which again are not a good feedstock to a steam cracker, and we can send them to a ISOM unit and convert those isoparaffins into additional normal paraffins. And that produces a much better feedstock for the steam cracker. So how much more efficient? Let's take a look. So key points here. This can result in up to, in fact, more than a 50% increase in ethylene. So a huge increase in your ethylene production by improving your feedstock. Your aromatics go down by 57%. But again, in this case, we're focused on increasing olefins. So that's not a bad thing. High oil, which in general you want to reduce, that goes down significantly by about 93%. Overall, your petrochemical make goes up by 4.5%, and your olefins go up by almost 10%. So substantial improvement in the output from that steam cracker, and in fact, even in the operation of that steam cracker by improving the quality of your feed. So economically, when you do this, as you improve the feedstock, you increase the net present value of your investment and your internal rate of return by adding this integrated olefin suite. These are numbers for the entire complex, including the steam cracker. And so even with the burden of the additional CapEx of the steam cracker and the integrated olefin suite, the improvement in your product quality or your product value more than pays for that additional CapEx, and in fact produces even better returns. Then as a refiner, if you look at the delta margin from your cracker with this improved feedstock, you'll see that the earnings you can make with this better product slate is on the order of about $49 million a year, or a 36% incremental IRR by making this change. So, and even if you don't have a steam cracker, that naphtha, the quality of that naphtha is actually improved by $120 per metric ton because of how it can be converted in a cracker. So you improve that naphtha break-even price by $120 per metric ton, or $13 per barrel. So you have a much more profitable or much more valuable product to sell, even if you don't have the cracker to send it to. So with that, I'll wrap things up here. We do expect much greater demand for petrochemical production, especially on the light olefin side, outpacing aromatics between 3 and 4 to 1. We can use existing assets or build on existing assets and pivot with stepwise strategic moves to integrate petrochemicals, proven technologies into your sites. We can leverage those new technologies in new ways to help you stay competitive. And of course, we do all of this by leveraging UOP's 6 efficiencies to do this in the most efficient manner. So these are just a few of the ways that UOP can help our customers realize your refinery of the future. So with that, thank you very much. And I'll be back later for questions.
Thank you, Mark. That was a very interesting presentation in which you have touched upon the new strategies that you are offering now in terms of the OCP option to make more propylene, the non-traditional hydrocracking of kerosene and diesel also to make more petrochemicals, the option of using the dehydrogenation process to make more propylene in preference to steam cracking, and the optimization option of the steam cracker feedstock through the isomerization of isoparaffins to normal paraffins. So thank you very much. I'm sure there will be many questions on these offerings of UOP.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
So now look for the questions in the question and answer box, and you will have to address them at the end of all the presentations. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
We now go to the next presentation by Mr. Rajesh Samarth from LUMS Technology. Rajesh has about 28 years of experience in the refining and petrochemical industry and has been involved in various aspects of conceptual design, engineering design, startup, and commercialization for a wide range of technologies. He holds a master's degree in chemical engineering. So over to you, Rajesh, for your presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Deshpande. Let me share my screen now. Just 1 second. Share. Just adjusting my view. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for the LKMT Trust for invitation to present some ideas, thoughts on this. And thank you, Mr. Chaturvedi, Dr. Malhotra, and Mr. Biashok for your valuable thoughts. Especially Mr. Biashok, you had lots of keen insight, and hope to address a few of those things in my presentation. So today I'm going to talk about technologies and solutions to shift products from transportation fuels to petrochemicals. All right. So just a little bit of history. There is something new that happened with us, and I want to share kind of that. Lummus Technology as such has been a 100-plus-year-old company with a rich history. And what happened was just middle of this year, we were actually acquired by new owners, the Chatterjee Group, which owns the Haldia Petrochemicals Limited and their own capital. Lummus, as you all have known historically, we are a licensor of petrochemical refining, gasification, and gas processing technologies. We also supply a number of catalysts and associated proprietary equipment and other services. A rich portfolio of over 130 plus technologies. It's kind of shown on the right side. I know that it's not exactly easy to read that, but gives you like general picture. It will become clear as I will refer to some of these technologies in the next few slides, that we cover really a very wide range of both refining and petrochemical sites. Okay. So as the previous speakers talked about, there is significant market pressure to really move production from transportation fuels into higher value products. A number of things causing that, of course, the climate change, advances in renewable energies, and the EVs will come in future. There has been a constant pressure on the refining margin. And at the same time, all the projections for growth in petrochemicals remain very strong. The petrochemical demand is definitely going to be much higher than transportation fuels. And the demand for some of the heavier things used as fuel, such as high sulfur fuel oil and coke, are definitely going down. Now, on the right-hand side, you can see this graph shows kind of a relative price per ton of various petrochemical and refining products. And it's almost, you can see, like the lighter the molecule, like an ethylene, the more valuable it is. And as you go towards the end, towards coke, it is less valuable. Now, the lighter molecules are coming from crude oil. Actually, everything is coming from crude oil. So it's in your interest to see how you can maximize the more valuable things. Now, in this, gasoline and diesel, it's kind of interesting that the demand for gasoline and diesel will actually go down in a lot of developed world. But in the developing countries, the demand will not go down, it will increase, but the rate of growth is going to be low. But that's not the case for petrochemicals. Petrochemical demand is projected to go up kind of uniformly. Ultra low sulfur fuel oil is kind of interesting that because of its very low sulfur content, the demand for it is actually going up, and it is become a valuable commodity. So really speaking, the ultimate challenge for you is how do you convert an incremental drop of crude oil into a higher value product? So how has this been handled, traditionally? Traditionally, people have always talked about refinery petrochemical integration. So why? Because the feedstock for petrochemical comes from a refinery. So previously, what people used to do was the integration meant just kind of both the complexes kind of located close together. But what we really want is something beyond that. Then the next step people talked about is, well, there are some streams that need to exchange across the battery limits. So refinery needs hydrogen and petrochemicals needs naphtha. So refinery produces naphtha, it goes to petrochemicals, the hydrogen produced in petrochemicals comes back to refinery, and the pyrolysis oil, which is a byproduct in petrochemicals, is recycled back to refinery. So that's been the traditional way of thinking about it. People would think about low-cost feedstocks, the issues about transportation, where is my fuel, am I closer to the market? But now time has come really for us to kind of go beyond that and look into further details. So this diagram basically shows how do you make petrochemicals? So the steam cracker is the machine that really pivots petrochemicals production from the refining feedstocks. Because steam cracker is the one that builds or gives you the basic building blocks for petrochemicals. Nowadays, everyone talks about mixed feed crackers. Previously there used to be separate gas crackers and naphtha crackers. Now, increasingly, people are talking about mixed feed crackers. Predominantly, it is LPG and naphtha, but in some parts of the world, even the gas oils are being sent to the steam crackers. And we'll talk further about that. And on the right side, you see all these petrochemicals, and these are primarily still intermediates. So these are the intermediates to make the final petrochemicals, which get sold for various uses in the market. Now, this next slide, that shows you the various value chains. I know it's kind of difficult slide to read because a lot of, it's a crowded slide. But the idea is that some of the main things you are making from the steam cracker is the ethylene, propylene, the butenes, and the pyrolysis oil. And each of them has a rich number of petrochemicals that you can produce. Just take the case of ethylene. You can make, ethyl benzene styrene is one of them. From that, it goes to polystyrene. Polyethylene, various kinds of it, LLDP, HDP, LDP. You can actually use this ethylene to make more propylene and so on. There is ethylene oxide, ethylene glycol. Same can be said of the propylene chain, the butene chain, in which butene 1, butene 2, butadiene, each of them have major uses in some kind of a polymer that becomes a final product. And the pyrolysis oil, which contains a lot of aromatics. So that feeds into the aromatics chain. Now, just kind of the color coding in this diagram shows that it just those green technologies are the ones that Lummus, as a premier licensor of petrochemical technologies, has in its portfolio. Okay. Now, when we go to crude to chemicals, it's really important to talk about not just separately of the refining and petrochemicals, but kind of together. Now you're talking about how am I really going to start with the crude with the ultimate intent of making petrochemicals. So the feed considerations are very important. Not all crudes are equal, and the type of and the source of crude are very important. For making petrochemicals, the paraffinic and lighter crudes are definitely preferred. So now from the crude perspective, when you are planning an oil to chemical complex, you have to think about access and sustained availability of the light or the right quality crude for the long term. The logistics of that, the pricing of the crude is all very important. Another thing that typically only in the petrochemical context people didn't used to worry about is that they're used to getting the right kind of feedstock. But together, when you talk about it, you have to think about that. How are the impurities in my crude going to affect my petrochemicals? So metals are important, CCR is important, and sulfur, nitrogen, sodium, calcium, those things are also very important. If you think about crude, again, as I said, all crudes are not the same. And oftentimes the fundamental difference in crudes is how heavy the crude is. So when you're talking about crude to chemicals, the most important thing is how effectively you deal with the bottom of the barrel so that it can be converted into a higher value product. So this is showing you a typical refinery petrochemical integrated scheme. So you have your crude and vacuum unit. You're taking your heavier portion and you're doing residue hydrocracking. Then the products of that and the vacuum gas oil, you are doing VGO and distillate hydrocracking, hydrotreating. FCC has a prominent place in this thing as well to make propylene. And then the lighter products you produce from this, they will all feed a steam cracker. And then as we talked about, the steam cracker will make these intermediate petrochemicals, which will then finally go into the derivatives such as polyethylene, polypropylene, ABS, polystyrene, all of that. And one more thing I want to point out over here is that although people talk about that refinery margins are under pressure and people say that it's not as attractive, something within refining is very attractive, and that is production of lubricants. So the iso dewaxing and iso finishing technologies can really be very helpful in improving your margins. Another thing I will talk about here is propane dehydrogenation. Propane dehydrogenation, as even the previous speaker talked about, can be very complementary in this crude to chemicals scheme, not only to take the propane gas, as well as the propane that you collect generated through various processes in the refinery to make into propylene. And it can be very valuable to have another tool to maximize the production of propylene. Okay. Now, processing considerations. This is an important slide that there are many variables between the refining side and petrochemical sides that you have to consider. So residue conversion is very important. The type of residue conversion you choose depends on the type of crude, the type of products you want to make, and how it's going to integrate with other processes. Hydroprocessing, which I'll talk again, is an important component of here because it is ultimately going to be useful for making cracker feedstocks. Hydroprocessing by definition means you need a lot of hydrogen. So balancing this hydrogen consumption is also very important. And the production of lubes is also a hydroprocessing process. FCC, which is actually a carbon rejection technology, is very important. Most of the refineries have an FCC unit, and everybody is looking forward to improving the operation of that to make more propylene, a petrochemical building block. Now, coming on the petrochemical side, the cracker needs to have feed flexibility. So in an integrated complex, this cracker needs to be able to take a more wider variety of the feedstocks, which are generated from this crude. The cracking severity and operation of that is also very important. That depends, first of all, on the propylene to ethylene ratio. We talk about P2E ratio as to how much propylene ethylene you want. And that also depends on what kind of feedstocks that you have. Then in a petrochemical complex, and cracker especially, you are going to make lots of valuable byproducts. Butadiene is very valuable. The C4s are valuable. Paraxylene and BTX, that's also very important. I'll talk a bit further about the olefin conversion technology that we have. And this is a very interesting technology that allows you to really do molecular management between C2, C3s, and C4. And you can start with C3s to make C2, C4. You can start with C2, C4 to make C3. And of course, the aromatic complex. How the heavy naphtha is managed in that. So one of the keys in your oil to chemicals is going to be hydroprocessing. So hydrogen addition is very important because if you think about generally all these building blocks that I talked about in petrochemicals, they have a higher hydrogen content than the crude oil that you start with. So it is obvious that the more hydrogen content in the feedstock, the better the quality and the yield of petrochemicals that you will make, especially the olefins. So hydroprocessing is an important intermediate step in preparing optimal feedstock for your steam crackers. It's important to select for that purpose the right kind of residue upgradation and hydroprocessing options. Now, hydroprocessing means hydrogen, which is expensive, but the good thing nowadays is that there is availability of a lot of shale gas, cheap natural gas, at least in the United States. And now a lot of export has started, because of which natural gas prices have come down. So that should make addition of hydrogen more attractive. On the right side, you can see this graph in which it shows the yield of ethylene from a variety of different feedstocks. And this bottom two is something I want you to look at. So if you look at like straight run VGO versus hydrocrack VGO, there is a significant increase in the ethylene yield. And that is purely because of this hydrogen addition. So that kind of proves the point. The more hydrogen that you add during these intermediate processes of hydroprocessing or hydrocracking, the better quality feedstock that you will make for your steam cracker. So here is a summary of some of the options that Lummus Technology and Chevron Lummus Global offer for your handling the residue. So the atmospheric residue and the vacuum residue, you have various options. You have options such as delayed coking and solvent deasphalting. Now these are purely carbon rejection options. So the worst parts of the crude, you just reject, and then the rest of the part is what you work on. There is an option of the fixed bed hydroprocessing, RDS, VRDS, which combines beautifully with FCC downstream. And there is the option of ablated bed hydrocracking or slurry hydrocracking, which is our LC finding, LC Max, and LC LSFO, LC slurry suite of technologies. So what is happening is that now these are producing some other intermediates, and then you go through additional hydrocracking or hydrotreating steps to make either fuels or feedstocks for petrochemicals. And of course, the iso dewaxing and iso finishing processes allow you to make premium quality lubricants. So this is the suite that you need to deal with the bottom of the barrel, because without this, you really cannot make conversion to higher quality petrochemicals. So there are various options in processing of vacuum residue, the residue upgradation. So the simplest option, again, as I talked, there were two options. One was SDA and coking. Coking can give you up to 70% yield. But then you can have LC fining by itself, which will give you anywhere between 70 to 85% kind of yield. But LC fining can be combined with a coker, and you can get 85 to 90% conversion. You can combine an SDA with the LC fining to make LC Max configuration, which can give you 90 to 93% conversion. Now, this is the LC-LSFO is a very new addition to our portfolio, which actually has only about 60 to 75% conversion. But the beauty of this is that the remaining unconverted oil, which is a fuel oil, this is treated in the fixed bed, and it can produce low sulfur fuel oil, LSFO. So if you don't want to go very high in conversion, this is a great option. And then the ultimate one is our LC slurry, which can give you 95 to 98% conversion. Well, let's not forget another important option, which is the FCC, a carbon rejection option, as well as a great molecular rearrangement option. So Lummus has a long history in FCC technology with many units, and we have an active R&D program with a state-of-the-art pilot plant. But one of the major things that we very proudly like to talk about is our INMAX FCC, RFCC technology, which was which is a joint cooperation with IOCL R&D, and we offer it together. And with the innovative catalysts that we have, you can really achieve very high yields of propylene. To date, we have licensed 9 units. The first unit has been operating for over 17 years, and the largest unit, Paradeep, will be completing 5 years soon. But we are not standing still. We know that there is a lot more that needs to be done in the FCC. But the thing is that in FCC technology, most refineries have an FCC unit. So the question is, how are you going to repurpose that to make incremental amounts of propylene? INMAX is definitely a great option, but there is another option that we have developed now, which is called SRDC technology. It's single regenerator dual catalyst. It's a new concept which has some innovative hardware that comes with it. And the thing is, this can be used as an add-on on many of the existing FCC units. What this does is, this is a concept that separates the additive and catalyst functionalities between the SRDC reactor and in the RFCC riser. This allows you to optimize the reaction zones to deliver superior yields and product quality. And as I said, because it can work as an add-on, it allows you to overcome limitations of FCC revamp limitations. Now, this is something really new, which is the TC2C. So Saudi Aramco, Lummus Technology, and CLG are working on developing and commercializing this innovative concept. So this platform includes CLG's hydroprocessing suite, Lummus's ethylene cracker, and Aramco's proprietary TC2C technology. So here what we are doing is, there are new concepts being deployed which involve targeted fractionation and ideas to lower the OPEX and CAPEX. So you are reducing the processing intensity and you are reducing the number of operating units. Everything's really here tailored in terms of the catalyst system. This whole thing is integrated with our steam cracker, and crude conditioning using liquid circulation, fixed bed hydroprocessing is very important. But I do want to point out that when you talk about these oil to chemicals, you're really talking about having a solution that is quite dependent on the feedstock that you start if you really want to make an optimal solution. So this is just showing kind of a picture of one of the recent studies for crude to chemicals that we performed for one of the clients. And it considered our residue upgrading options, of course, our steam cracker, paraxylene complex, and propane dehydrogenation, included VGO and distillate hydrocracking. And what I'm saying is that this was able to produce all those chemicals that we were, or chemical building blocks we were talking about. And the point I want to make is that all these technologies, except for one, the reformer, are within the Lummus' suite of technologies. And as you think about going oil to chemicals, it is very important that this configuration, that there is deep insight on both refining and petrochemical side. And as we started working on this, we also realized that there is a lot to know and a lot more to figure out. So, it's very important that both the sides of refining and petrochemicals are plugged in as you plan an oil to chemicals complex. So how is Lummus really responding to this new challenge of oil to chemicals? We are looking at innovative solutions. I just mentioned our TC2C suite of technologies. How you can change some of the processing schemes, come up with new ideas to improve the yields. The second aspect of it is, how do you expand or extend the conventional technological applications? And one of them is FCC, shift of that from gasoline to propylene. How you do hydrocracking of challenging feedstocks. And Mr. Ashok talked about, what are you going to do with, diesel as diesel becomes excess? So we have licensed diesel hydrocracking, and actually this has happened in China, and Chinese are going in a big way to making a lot of aromatics. So this diesel hydrocracking, really happens to produce feedstock both for the naphtha cracker as well as producing aromatics to go in the aromatics chain. And ultimately, you have to think about how you're going to do your refining and petrochemical integration. So those are all the things that Lummus has been working on. And what we feel is that there's so much more that we expect, which is going to happen in the coming years because of this shift, slow shift taking away from the transportation fuels towards high value products. And what we feel is that we are there to help you, to support you in coming up with innovative solutions that fit your particular needs. Because I again emphasize that the kind of solution you're going to have is going to be something which takes into consideration the product slate that you want, the availability of crude that you have, and especially if you're looking at an add-on to an existing refining facility, then taking that into consideration to see what makes the most sense for you. So, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajesh. This has been a good presentation because Lummus is having technology options to offer in both the segments, the refining segment and the petrochemical, particularly the olefinic part as well. So you have been able to bring out the salient facets of what needs to be done to effectively increase the chemical yield from crude by tackling both the sides, from the refining side to looking at the residue conversion processes correctly, aptly, looking at the hydroprocessing options that are available, let's say from the Lummus, and choosing the best one, looking at the FCC options, including the new one that you have developed, the SRDC one. Petrochemicals side, you have covered it, but that's your forte in any case. So whatever refinery is able to deliver to you, you are good enough at making olefins and the derivatives from it. So thank you very much. You have covered both parts, and I'm sure there will be a lot of questions on these for you from the participants. So we go to the third speaker now, Mr. Siddharth Saha from Axens. Siddharth has been working for the last 15 years in the Indian refining sector and currently heads the Axens sales team for process technology and catalysts. Incidentally, he began his career with Indian Oil, though he has been with Axens since 2009. He holds a bachelor's in chemical engineering from Jadavpur and has done a postgraduate program in management also from the SPGN Institute. So over to you, Siddharth, for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to everyone who's gathered here today on this virtual meeting. And then thank you all of you for sharing your time with us to listen to us on this Saturday afternoon. So during the next half an hour of my presentation on the subject of today's event, I am going to take you through the following points. A very brief look at the market drivers behind what we are talking about today. Then a general look at the schemes through which the refineries can move towards production of enhanced level of petrochemical feedstock. Then a glance to certain specific elements of Axens' portfolio of technologies, which are essential in building up these pathways. Some case studies, and then a very brief look at the end towards what we can expect tomorrow. So in terms of market drivers, I think everybody gathered here today knows quite well why we are talking about today about the transition of refineries towards production of petrochemical feedstock. Just one point I would make about this: the representation you see on screen is very common. We see that within the next 15 to 20 years, any incremental oil demand, if it happens at all, I mean, post-COVID, I think the projections have even become negative. But any incremental demand in oil demand, incremental change that happens in oil demand, at least 80% of that is expected to come from petrochemicals. So in the context of today's discussion about when we think about investment and then planning for future refineries, does this really mean that when we plan a complex of tomorrow, we straight away target like 60 or 80% conversion to petrochemicals? So I think apart from what the market says, there are a few other things to think about. I mean, what the picture we saw here just now is the incremental picture, but we also have to take into account the absolute levels. And in absolute terms, the fuel utilization of crude oil is still like going to be more than 3 times that of petrochemical utilization. So that's a significant number. Then we also have to consider that petrochemicals have other sources, be it natural gas, be it syngas. And then lastly, we also have to consider that there is this huge base of refining that exists in the world today, I think 700 odd refineries. So that entire industry is going to react in a very dynamic way over the entire period that we are looking at. A lot of those refineries might go out of business, like we have already started seeing this year and for few past years, and those who will not go out of business will surely gear up for what we were talking about, which is greater level of integration with petrochemicals and production of greater level of petrochemical feedstock. So when it comes to planning for new complexes for tomorrow, the humble submission that I would make at this point, I mean, when we are at this juncture, as you see on the graphic here, at 2020, we are, what is being considered doable and common is at 25 to 40% level conversion of crude to petrochemical in existing refineries. From then on, when we think about reaching higher levels, we have to think quite carefully. We have to consider capital intensity, energy intensity, carbon intensity. We have to consider all the other 3 factors I talked about. And then considering all that, maybe we could consider that even for the next 2 decades, the target conversion could be more in the range of positive and negative side of 40% rather than straight away trying to hit 80%. So with that, I transition to the main part of my presentation. So when we talk about, this view is again quite well known to all of you, I'm sure. What are the interventions that are possible in a refinery to move to greater level of petrochemical feedstock production? I'm showing it here just to show how the pieces of technology that I'm going to talk about in the later part of the presentation fit into the scheme. So if we start with a well-equipped fuels refinery of today, and from there start to talk about interventions that have mostly already happened for the more advanced refineries, and for others it may still be under planning now, is basically to take benefit. The conventional route is to think of a steam cracker, integrating with a steam cracker or a aromatic complex. So the first step is to take the naphtha that you already have in hand, refinery of gases that you already have in hand, and then use that to have your first step towards integrating with petrochemicals. Then if the next step, I think both of the previous speakers have talked about it, is basically, and it answers to some extent the question that Ashokji put at the beginning of the session. which is that Indian refineries are today geared up overwhelmingly towards diesel production. So what to do with diesel when the imperative is to go to petrochemicals? So one of the answers to that would be to start converting diesel, and then we have already seen from the previous speakers that this is something that is eminently possible. And then that's the same we also consider here as the next step, next step to using the native naphtha that you already have available would be to start converting the middle distillate to naphtha to supplement feedstock for steam cracking as well as aromatics complex. But kingpin of the entire challenge is what you do with the bottoms. This is again not a new revelation. It is the challenge that has been troubling, or rather that refiners have been grappling with always. Even when it was a fuels refinery, it was a question of improving the distillate yield. Now, when we are thinking about generating feedstock for the cracker, as Rajesh before me mentioned, I mean, what we do with the bottoms is a key factor, because the steam cracker, for example, has some appetite for heavier fractions beyond naphtha, but when it comes to the heaviest part of crude oil, that's an absolute no-no. And then whether it's a question of generating a feedstock for a steam cracker or aromatics complex, or whether it's possibility to produce olefins directly from this part of crude oil, the choice of the bottoms conversion configuration is a key decision for sure when planning expansion of existing facilities, or planning the configuration of the refineries of tomorrow, as we have already heard. So with that, I will just quickly transition to this next section of my presentation is basically kind of just a cursory look at the various tools that we have in Axens technology portfolio to address this bottom of the barrel conversion challenge, and how each of those, the context can be so varied. The feedstock that you're handling, the existing refinery configuration that you have, that kind of energy source that you have in available in hand, the cost of hydrogen that might be there for you, the source of hydrogen that might be there for you. So these are all different factors which don't make the choice of deep conversion technology for a configuration a very straightforward matter. And it's very important to have a very wide options in hand, which will enable you to reach the right optimum there. So we'll just quickly have a look at the different pieces that Axens can offer, and then we'll go to a section where we'll look at how those can be combined to fit to different scenarios. So among those pieces, some of them must be quite well known to you already. H-oil, as you know, is the market leading residue hydroconversion technology that Axens offers. So the purpose here is not to talk about what H-oil is. I'm sure most of you know about that. The part we want to talk about is where we are today, and then what we have done in recent years to take this quite well established and well proven commercialized process to take it to the context of fitting the conversion targets in a crude to chemicals context. So what we have done is basically progressively, as you again know quite well, that has been advanced work already done in many parts of the world towards designing, building, and even commissioning complexes which are today doing crude to chemicals, crude to aromatics. And H-oil has been very much a part of that, and it has been a part of projects that are under development. So the 4 licenses have been awarded since last 2 years, and 2 units, which of course were awarded earlier, have been started up with progressively increasing level of conversion. That is the real world situation, that even 2 years back, the actual on-ground reality of residue conversion was that it was more or less at 70%. And today, what we are proud to say is that with H-oil, we have reached 90% conversion. It's done. One is basically with H-oil plus at a site which we'll look at later, where it is 90% plus using a combination of H-oil and SDA. And then there is this existing unit of H-oil at Lukoil, which as a transient operation on a standalone basis in a H-oil unit, 90% conversion has been established. So other points that I would like to highlight here is that we are constantly working to take this process even further with optimization of internals. A key aspect when integrating with steam cracker complexes has been the disposal of pie-oil. So incorporation of pie-oil in H-oil feedstock is something that we have worked on and we have been able to realize. And then another game changer for us has been the acquisition of HTI and with its HCAT catalyst, which can bring about a step change in the performance of H-oil units in terms of conversion and reliability. The next piece of technology that I would like to present to you is, again, something quite well known in the market. It has been around for quite some time. It is the flexi cooking process, originally developed by ExxonMobil, and it is being licensed by Axens since 2019 under agreement with ExxonMobil. So this is, again, we should not use the word game changing in very lightly. But when you look at the context today, not only the transition to, the demand for higher level of conversion as a whole from a refinery, we are also parallelly looking at absolutely blockage of outlet for HSFO, blockage of outlet for pet coke. Altogether, I mean, everybody is talking about zero residue refinery for a long time now, and now the time has come when it is imperative on the industry to realize that. So in that context, this is a tool that can really actually make that happen, as I will show you in the coming slides. This is a process which basically combines all the traditional benefits of what you used to get from delayed cooking, and then it takes the coke and eliminates it from the picture altogether by gasifying it. Gasification is another word which, when you come to refiner, everybody understands that the value that we can get from it is immense. But again, in terms of capex and operability, it has been something that the typical reaction you would get from somebody working on a configuration would be, ooh. So this is something dramatic about this process, that this is bringing coking and gasification together in a very operable and capex friendly and proven way, which can completely give you zero bottom solutions. Here you see a typical yield of flexi coking unit. This is something that can apply on VR as a neat feedstock or on HL bottoms, for example. And what you get is basically about 70% of products which can be utilized like any other product coming from rest of the refinery. And the rest of the material is transformed to flexi gas, which is energy that can be used flexibly in any part of the refinery, or it can find alternate utilization as well. So then the other part of our portfolio basically is FCC based. The context of FCC in crude to chemicals is quite well known. Just quickly, let me check the time. Okay, sorry.
You have time.
Right. So The context of FCC in crude to chemicals is well known. I mean, production of propylene, nothing new in that. What is new for us, I will show you that in the coming slides. But as a general position, we are I mean, Axens is part of the FCC Alliance, and we license FCC technology in all its forms in partnership with Technip FMC, IFPN, and Total. And if we just look at snapshot of where we are in terms of our FCC references, we are proud to say that over the last 3 years, we have commissioned at least 3 maxi propylene projects, and we have been awarded more. But the focus on today's presentation will be on HSFCC, which we consider to be the key development which fits into the scheme of realizing the target of oil to chemicals. There's a section of my presentation later focused on HSFCC, where I will bring to you the key features of that technology. And then when we talk about FCC, the value of the pre-treating the feed of FCC, adding some hydrogen to the feed is well known. And there we have the fixed bed residue or atmospheric residue or vacuum residue mild conversion technology, which is called high val. I mean, the common parlance, it is ARDS or VRDS, as you know by application. So what it does is, as you see, it boosts the hydrogen content of FCC feed with obvious implications for propylene and gasoline yield. And when we are talking about resid applications, the metal content reduction is an essential requirement. CCR reduction, sulfur reduction, these are essential requirements when we think of feeding significant quantities of residue to FCC feed. So in that respect, this is of course a specific application, and yet like all other technologies, we have been constantly developing and improving this technology further in terms of course, reactor internals, catalysts, goes without saying, new generations of high activity catalysts, and then scheme also, to enhance the cycle length of these units, essentially through the implementation of permeable reactors. And lastly, it is also to be mentioned that when we are talking about gearing up the entire refinery as a whole towards producing more naphtha to be fed into aromatic or olefin complexes, we have talked about how the residue is to be converted, but the conversion of the VGO is no less important. So we have had developments in parallel on the gas oil conversion technologies as well. Today we have, I mean, kind of path-breaking reference with more than 70% a unit processing more than 70% DO plus residue hydrocracking VGO as feedstock. So that is a milestone achievement. I mean, everybody familiar with the subject would know that, I mean, there has been a lot of apprehension about processing these kind of feedstock in fixed bed hydrocracking units, but this has now been realized. And in parallel, there have been immense developments in terms of evolving the flow scheme of hydrocracking units with addition of new equipment like high efficiency exchanges, new reactor internals, even evolution of the scheme to make it more energy efficient, and of course, high performance hydrocracking catalysts. So over the 2 years, Axens has started up more than 6 hydrocrackers, and a large number of grassroots hydrocrackers are also awarded as part of general refinery application as well as high petrochemical feedstock refinery configurations. So those are the pieces that we have in our portfolio. And here is a view of how those pieces, could fit in together in order to bring about the necessary level of conversion, efficient conversion, I would say, efficient molecular management, if you want, if that is the way we place it. But these combinations can basically cover a wide range of scenario. In macro terms, if you see, H-oil by itself, as I mentioned, by itself, it is today capable of giving you plus 90% conversion. But then in combination with delayed coking, or in combination of with deasphalting, these are conventional or more or less conventional pathways now, which are well known, which can help refineries maximize conversion of the residue to greater than 90% level. But when we talk to our clients about such solutions, today when petcoke has been blocked, and even HSFO has been blocked to a large extent, so we still, even if we reach the 90% conversion or 80+% conversion, we face this question from refiners that what do I do with even if it is residual 4%, 5%, 6%, what do I do with that? So the answer to that is in the next two columns that you see. I talked about flexi coking already. It is something that enables conversion of residue into absolutely a full bouquet of liquid products, gas products, and energy. So when flexi coking is combined with H-oil, or in a lower cost option, when flexi coking is combined with Solval, you could have a solution which allows you to reach the maximized conversion that is targeted. You can reach practically zero residue configuration. The coke yield that is there from flexi coking is practically insignificant. Very important is that when we talk about all this, like conversion, huge energy intensity of the processes, and typically in Indian context and in the similar context elsewhere in the world, it means huge level of coupling with imported natural gas, LNG perhaps. So in that context, flexi coking is something that can bring enormous amount of benefit, because about 25% of the feed is basically which was to be converted to coke, actually gets converted to flexi gas, which is eminently usable as fuel for within the residue complex, and it is exported as fuel for use as process heating in rest of the processes of the refinery also. Refinery and petrochemicals complex also, and that overall reduces the imported energy intensity of the complex to a large extent. And then the last combination that is again quite well known, and we are well versed in offering that, is the combination of ARDS or VRDS with RFCC to give maximum propylene yield from the bottom of the barrel, or also to adapt the refineries to IMO 2020 paradigm. So with that, out of all that, I would just take you briefly through a look at HSFCC, because I think in the Indian market we have talked a lot in the past about H-oil, and then we have talked about flexi coking. But HSFCC might be something that could come to be a new message for some of you. So basically, Axens has a full portfolio of FCC processes. You have this plotting is, I suppose, quite easy to understand. There are various modes of FCC available to suit different requirements. On one axis, you have the feed itself, the kind of feed you're processing, which can range from hydrotreated VGO to treated or untreated atmospheric residue, which is basically a resid feed. So, and then you have different levels of propylene yield. So it is commonly known that with conventional FCC, with different interventions, you can boost propylene yield to a large extent. And then with very light feed, you have technologies available to achieve 20% plus propylene yield with treated VGO, for example. So HSFCC is a new development that comes in and fits in at a point where it can take the heaviest part of the feed, heaviest kind of feed, and then enables production of high levels of propylene for that. This is a technology developed by Saudi Aramco in partnership with the King Fahd University and JXTG, which is now called ENEOS, and is licensed by Axens in partnership again with Technipet MC and by the FCC Alliance in general. So just to compare the features of this technology with the others, basically here the new thing that you have is basically that this is a downflow riser technology as compared to upflow riser, which is used in all our other FCC processes. And then along with downflow, you have corresponding new technology for separation of hydrocarbon and catalyst because, okay, I mean, this is a new development because downflow riser itself is a new development. So, but what is important when you think of adopting a new technology is to know that while the reaction system is new, and we'll tell you why the reaction system is new, but the rest of the FCC technology is quite similar to what we have been licensing for many decades now. So, I mean, that basically brings together the good things from both sides, the innovation part of the new reaction system combined with the reliability and proven tools of the rest of the unit, which hugely reduces the technology risk for adoption of new technology. So what is the key thing about HSFCC is that the traditional vectors towards increased propylene production are quite well known. So you have the catalyst-based solution, you have recycle-based solution, and then you have the basically solution for increased reaction severity. So HSFCC is something that breaks new boundary in the area of reaction severity. So what we are talking about is reaction temperatures of more than 600 degrees centigrade and cat-to-oil ratio of around 25 to 30 with a very, very short residence time in order to maximize propylene yield from extremely heavy feedstock. Then in association with that, you have a specialized catalyst which is geared for preventing hydrogenation. So with a combination of all these conditions, you are able to reach performances like this, which is basically what we're talking about is more than 20% yield on conventional feed and up to 18% yield of propylene from treated air, which is which I'm sure all of you who do the math for propylene yield would agree that it is a new development altogether. So just a brief look at the technology part, the innovative technology part of this process. So in order to minimize the contact time and in order to ensure proper contacting between the catalyst and the hydrocarbon in a downflow mode, so this is the downflow risers that you have. And this reaction system that you see on screen here is the reaction system of actual unit 76 BPSG unit, HSFCC unit that has been commissioned in South Korea. So it is part of the overall scheme of the refinery in this way. Originally, they were already operating RFCC units. And then when they went for refinery expansion, the HSFCC was combined with ARDS, resulting in increase of propylene yield from the refinery by a factor of 3.6. and at the same time, it eliminated production of LSFO from the refinery's product portfolio. So this is the solution that we can offer today in terms of enhanced propylene yield from resid feed. Now I'll quickly switch towards a few details on the middle distillate hydrocracking part, because that is another key enabler in terms of moving towards high petrochemical feedstock yield from refineries. So the middle distillate hydrocracking is basically a combination of top tier catalyst for this particular application, and the naphtha that is produced is suitable feedstock for steam cracking as well as aromatics complex. Just a brief case study. If you see, you take atmospheric gas oil, and if you compare how the yield from a steam cracker would vary between atmospheric gas oil fed directly to the steam cracker and the product of cracked atmospheric gas oil, I mean, by converting it to naphtha when you feed it to the steam cracker, there is obvious benefit in terms of increase in ethylene and propylene yields. But the major thing to look at here is that when you feed gas oil to steam cracker, there is huge amount of FI oil production, which is virtually eliminated when you do this process, which makes this treatment of gas oil before feeding it to steam cracker quite attractive. And then when it comes to the context of feeding the naphtha produced from middle distillate hydrocracking units to aromatics complex, that is again quite fitting, because the naphtha produced has very good N+2A characteristics. And again, in the example that I'll show just next, you will see that more than 1 year operation of similar unit has yielded very stable quality of naphtha for feeding to CCR complex. So I think I'm almost past the time, perhaps, or hitting at the end of the time. So I'll just quickly take you through the, I mean, all these pieces that we talked about. Sorry, sir?
3 minutes more for you.
Right. Okay. I'll just finish up in 3 minutes, surely. So, we just show this. Hello. Are you able to hear me, sir?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I just wanted to show this case study, which is a real world realization of the crude to chemicals or crude to aromatics concept. Again, most of you would know about this project by now, which is the Hengli Petrochemical Complex in China. So this is a complex designed for production of 4.5 million tons of paraxylene from 20 million tons of crude. So I think work on this project started in 2014 on the design boards of Axens, and the complex was commissioned last year. So it is a completely dramatic standard of project implementation. And just looking at the complex, you'll see that you'll identify all the pieces we talked about, the resid conversion of H oil plus deasphalting, coming to full conversion VGO hydrocrackers, and then the diesel hydrocracker is there, basically upgrading all parts of the bottom of the barrel to lighter cuts with some fuel production as required, but mainly for 45% of the crude is converted to naphtha for feeding the aromatics complex. The aromatics complex is also licensed by Axens, and overall we are producing 4.5 million tons of paraxylene from 2 trains of LFCL PX recovery trains, and with 3 CCRs. But the key highlights of the process would be that in terms of references for other projects towards the crude to chemicals ambition, is that the 90% plus conversion of vacuum residue is demonstrated here. The conversion of crude to at least 45% heavy naphtha is demonstrated and validated here. So all these technologies like diesel hydrocracking, high conversion ebullated bed hydrocracking combined with GS faulting, hydrocrackers, VGO hydrocrackers with high level of GAO and resid cracked VGO are in operation and validated and performing excellently today. So the current status of the project that we can proudly share is that all units are successfully running and are running at design or above design capacity. The hydrocrackers are at target level of conversion. The naphtha produced both light and heavy. So we talked about the aromatics complex, but there is also steam cracker complex associated with it. So both the light naphtha and heavy naphtha from all these conversion processes are suitable for routing to these downstream petrochemical blocks. And again, I mean, as you would know quite well that this is the first complex worldwide which is meeting the 90% plus conversion target. So as a next step, I mean, all this is basically using the tools that we have today to adapt to the market requirement of maximizing the yield of petrochemical feedstock from refineries. But there is something also happening in terms of further development. I mean, the holy grail that for everyone has in mind is basically how crude can be, instead of going through this whole chain of units, can it be converted directly in a single step kind of process. So on that, Axens is working with Saudi Aramco and with Technip to develop the FCC platform suitable for direct crude cracking. That is called the CC2C project. So this is something that we can look forward to in the coming years to present a solution to the market which could meet this specific requirement. So just to conclude, the purpose of this presentation was to show you how Axens can help you address in any specific context the challenge of converting more from your refining units to produce petrochemical feedstocks. And then, of course, as you know, we do have the commercial experience and provenness to back up and give you reliable level of performances to meet these very challenging performances. So thank you very much for that, and thank you for your patient listening. So I'm done, sir. Can take over. Hello?
Mr. Deshpande, you're on mute.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry for the interruption, because my screen had gone completely blank. So I could not see anything, and probably I had automatically been muted. So it took some time for me to struggle and get back. So let me thank Mr. Siddharth Saha for completing the presentation on touching upon the residue upgradation technologies as the key for having a very effective crude oil to chemicals conversion. Information about H-oil process having been successfully proven to give 90% conversion is very interesting. So also the tie-up with the fluxychloroquine with ExxonMobil. It's a technology that has been around for some time, but somehow it has not had a reference yet generated in India. I'm sure people are interested to look for that to happen. Uh, about HSFCC is something which was very interesting to note about how the improvement has happened in increasing the yields of olefins and propylene particularly. So thank you very much, Siddharth, for giving an excellent presentation on the Axens portfolio. Now we go over to KBR's presentation. There are two presenters from behalf of KBR. So let me introduce the first speaker, Mr. Satyam Mishra. He's a Chief Technical Professional Leader based in Gurgaon, office of KBR, and has been a leader for refining technologies in India and Southeast Asia. He has over 21 years of experience covering many areas, technical service, sales, marketing management, and has been involved in business development for specialty chemicals, additives, adsorbents, and catalysts. He has worked in various regional offices. He's a chemical engineer from MS Baroda and MBA from Manchester University. Over to you, Satyam, for your presentation. Okay,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pratap, okay, we'll have this introduction after your presentation is over.
All right. Please let me put up my presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. At the onset, I thank Lovraj Kumar Trust for giving us an opportunity to talk about our technologies and offerings for the refining industry. Being the fourth speaker actually has given me the comfort of my earlier colleagues putting up the background to most of the requirements and the need in the industry. But I would like to resonate with what Mr. Chaturvedi, Dr. Malhotra, and Mr. Ashok mentioned, and during their talks was that there has been an extent of evolution in the refining to petrochemical integration, but then there is also some amount of revolution that is slowly taking place. Almost all attendees would remember that 3 years ago, a lot of discussion was around the bottom of the barrel and the IMO coming in. And today, given the economic situation due to the impact of COVID-19, the focus has changed, and the industry as well as the market space itself is now looking at other aspects and other possibilities with a muted response to improvements in the marine oil or the need for change to cater to that. However, KBR here talks to you about what are the possibilities and what technologies we bring for you to repurpose your assets, maximize profitability, and also prepare a refinery for the future. Now, not everyone has the flexibility of preparing a configuration for the future today. They have to work on what they have as assets, look at how they can sweat them, how they can reconfigure them. Sometimes revamps could be the call of the day, and you don't really have a capital intensive facility to or you don't have the capital to invest into such a facility that is needed. So we'll broadly talk about what are the considerations for integration that refiners currently have. how KBR can deliver an optimal configuration for addressing parts or types of these integration considerations. And we also look at a couple of potential solutions and how they would look like if you are going to implement all or pieces of these options and solutions. Now, almost people who are operating the refineries or planners or policymakers, that luckily we have a mix of them in this conference and in this webinar today. You would realize that not all there is not one choice or one solution that can fix all problems here. And this also depends on what levels of integration or levels of configuration changes a refinery is looking at, given their situation, as in as simple as even location. And Mr. Ashok pointed that out, that having these large refineries in locations where there is no end user around them could actually be a limiter to growth of that industry and that possible options that the refinery can offer to the industry at large. So if we try to categorize these integration options, you could be looking at minimal integration within a refinery, and this typically may not have new units added within the refinery, but then you could be preparing your feed, product streams to address or to cater to downstream companies or independent users of these streams. There could also be some partial integration which happens within a refinery, and that could be mainly driven by an existing asset like an FCC, and the refinery looking at preparing polymer grade fuels to address polymer grade streams to utilize some of their downstream polypropylene or polyethylene or polymer units that could be invested in. Now, the third category could be a major, integration that would involve, for example, a lot of previous speakers or speakers before me mentioned about this, where in addition of, large units, capital-intensive investments that would be needed, like a steam cracker and possibly downstream polypropylene, polyethylene, and those units. Also, refiners looking at the integration or building an aromatics complex downstream of a reformer that they have to maximize on their spread in terms of product offerings that they can cater to the market. And then, of course, is a full-scale, crude oil to chemical kind of a concept. We've heard about these in the presentation made by my colleagues before, and also, refiners like as we spoke about, Mr. Ashok, he has the luxury of making a choice today whether he whether the investment has to be on those lines. However, the existing industry and almost 600, 700 refineries in the world today do not have that luxury, because they have to first sweat the asset that they have invested in. So, however, COTC could specifically be, designed to cater to a petrochemical product slate from that complex. Now, coming to how can KBR help you and by delivering an optimal solution. Now, let's try and look at what we are, let's simplify the case and look at what is it that we are trying to achieve through this, through bridging this gap and, between the refinery and petrochemical production. Now, most of the streams can be broadly categorized as, the C2, C3, C4, naphtha, diesel, gas oil, and resid from a refinery. And the more valuable products or the desired products out of an integrated refining petrochemical complex would be on the right, as in the ethylene, propylene, the mix of aromatics, motor fuels, of course, because this is not going away. the demand still, as speakers before me pointed out, that there is still going to be an active growing demand for some of the motor fuels, especially gasoline, seems to still show growth. And the other is could possibly be a feedstock to downstream units, but could be the gas oils. Now, where is it that KBR helps you out in achieving most of your product portfolio wish list? We start from the lighters, and we will go through the offerings that we have, firstly for the petrochemical space and then in the refining space. I have with me my co-speaker, Mr. Pratap Vijay Singh. He would be taking you through our offerings for the SCORE technology, the K-Pro, the K-Cot, mainly the olefins technology. Over to you, Pratap.
Yeah, let me have a small introduction of Mr. Pratap.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Deshpande.
I'm waiting for this slide. Can you stop the screen sharing mode so that the slide comes up? Yeah. Mr. Pratap Vijay Singh is Director of Olefins and Chemicals Technology based in Gurgaon. He has 25 years of experience in petrochemical industry. And his area of expertise has been olefins technology, both proposal and project execution. He has had experience in his earlier innings with Linde Engineering in different countries and in different roles. He's a chemical engineer from Punjab University and a certified project management professional. So over to you, Mr. Pratap.
Thank you for your kind words and for introducing me, Mr. Deshpande. And thank you all the dignitaries and the speakers as well as the audience, honorable audience. Mr. Ashok, I really liked your challenge, which you gave to the licensor, especially since we are the ones who really make the concept. Okay, especially on the integration. Of course, we take a lot of feedback from the clients. Market is the one which really drive it, and of course, what really customer needs it. So at this stage, what you have really put in that, okay, we should not be like bandwagoning it or going on a petrochemical side, but we usually look at the reason where we are operating, especially in Indian context, where still we require a lot of energies, correct? And it should be available in all kinds of forums. But looking at the Indian reason, I just would like to point out from, especially from licensor side, we are trying our best. We are trying to put the new technologies, correct? But you know that the most difficult part in bringing in any of the technologies is provenness. We are always asked about what exactly is the commercial reference from where you are operating it, okay? No one accepts the pilot plan. So this is one of the biggest, I would say, the challenge which we need to come out. And you being in such a positions, you can really decide, okay? Of course, we need to prove to a certain scale, I would say pilot skills, but later than that, over that, basically you need to come it out. We cannot right now go on old ways. If you see our neighboring countries, I need not to mention especially about China, they are really accepting a lot of technologies. They are really going quite far ahead. So in case we need to beat them, I will not say beat them, I would like to compare. We need to really come up and aggressively and really accepting what licensor are talking about. At least you listen to them. So with all that, I just would like to go ahead with my presentation. It's very small. I would like to tell you about what KBR offerings are, especially for petrochemicals. And the first one of that is the SCORE. That stands for Selective Cracking Optimal Recovery. It's basically a conventional steam cracker. Satyam, can you please go for the next slide? Yeah. So what exactly is this is why we call it a selective cracking. The reason for that selective cracking is, if you see on the bottom, there is a nice chart given, and it's nothing very kind of a secret. It's a very open. It's the fundamentals of any cracking operation. It's a thermal cracking. I'm talking about right now thermal cracking, where if you would like to reduce as much as the residence time, you get more and more the yields for the ethylene. And that's what the KBR technology is all about. We use the selective cracking one, we call as a one coil. We use a straight coil basically, we call it SC1 coil, where if we reduce the time of the feed itself in kind of a milliseconds, which is less than even 100, we get the highest yields for the same kind of a conversions. So of course, right now the choice is more going for a light olefins, and especially when you go for an integration, especially on the refinery side, because they are the main building blocks for the derivatives or the bulk polymers. And you know that 60 to 70% right now is being used only from this light olefins and ethylene and propylene. So and further going on that, we have also, as I just tell you, that we have a challenges also that, okay, how to integrate with the refinery where we have various kind of fields, which we have shown in the previous slides, which is basically from lightest onwards. I will not say ethane, but from propane onwards. But ethane is a lot abundance of available, you know that from the shale oil. We are able to crack from ethane going from a light gas to very heavy vacuum gas oils. So on the right side, if you see, we have developed and we are doing it, a kind of a heavy cracking with various customers, which is Shell, Arco is there, it's there, and Polystar. Recently also we have given a design for a Korean project where we have used really the de-asphaltene oil. So we basically separate this oil itself from, or we separate out asphaltenes, and we use this oil, which is really very heavy. I would say almost 560, 580 the end boiling points. We are able to crack it and able to make it ethylene and propylene. So we are developing also a lot. We are learning a lot from customers. What are their problems are. We are focusing on that. And accordingly, we are really bringing back into our design to give the best. There is always a potential exist. There is nothing like something which is absolute, yeah. And that is what we work on that, okay. We honor it, that there is a differential, there has to be a differential. That's how we improve ourselves. And that is what is our job is. And the main advantage is, if you talk about for this core technologies, as I told you, it's really ethylene gain, the one as I told you in this milliseconds. The another, what we have in this technology is basically the recovery section. Yeah, we have really made very high advanced recovery sections for recovery of ethylene and propylene, which is basically advanced deethanizer and CT splitter. And not to mention that KBR is pioneered the deethanizer first and depropanizer first recovery schemes. Yeah? And this is really the lowest capex as well as opex driven. Of course, it has come back to the industry. Almost everyone has accepted that, but we were the pioneer in that. Yeah. If we talk about the multi-feed cracking, if we various kind of crackings, if we talk about the various kind of feeds, it's possible that with the KBR furnaces, we can do everything within a single cabin. You know, we don't need many furnaces or many cabins for cracking various. Very efficiently and very optimized manner, it's possible in a single furnace. So with that, I just would like to go for the next slide. So the next technology I'm going to talk about is a KPRO. It's a propane dehydrogenation technology, which KBR has launched recently. I would say recently in a span of 2 years. We launched this technology in January 2019. Can you go to Satyam, next slide, please? Yeah. So this is our propane dehydrogenation technology. Of course, if you would like to go ahead with maximizing the propylene or on-purpose propylene, which is really not available, either cracking it or getting it from the steam crackers, conventional steam crackers, or from refineries, from the FCC units, then of course we go for dehydrogenating the pure propane. Pure propane, I must say, it's a 90%, 99%, 95%, it could be. But yes, I'm going to say the feed is a propane here itself. So what exactly KBR is offering in this is its conventional, and I would say 70 years experienced reactor, K-Cot reactor. The hardware, we have an experience of 70 years. What exactly we are going ahead is FCC based, yeah? So this propane dehydrogenation is an FCC based reactor system with a conventional recovery system for which we have decades of experience for ethylene plants. Yeah, just to not to say boost it, but just to tell you that okay, we have almost, you can say almost 70 years of ethylene experience. The first plant of ours of KBR came in 1951 for Wellington, at Wellington, and that too for in UK itself. And after that, really, we went in quite a lot of development for this. But for propane dehydrogenation, which is a very latest technology from KBR offerings, as I told you, in 2019, it was launched. The first contract we secured after a year, and that too, especially not in India, I would say, because of course we are not having any commercial reference, but in Asia itself, Pacific. Okay, and as I told you, this is FCC based orthoflow. So everything over here is a proven thing except the catalyst. Yeah, for catalyst we have all the pilot studies, pilot data, everything is available, and the client trusted us and they went ahead. Yeah, so we are making this. I would say in a year or 2 years almost, it will come up. And the best thing for this technology is we are not using any noble metal. There's no palladium, there's no platinum, and there is no component of hazardous like chromium. You know that in any FCC technology, there is always a small emission of the catalyst. And if there is a presence of chromium, which is really a hazardous, yeah, it comes in such a small dust form that it's really difficult for any of the technologies to stop it. Yeah, in FCC technology I'm talking about. So above that, I would say like what really we say that we are able to achieve with this almost 45% of conversion of propane in a single pass, and with an overall recovery of almost, or selectivity of propane to almost 87%. Yeah, and this is what we are saying is, and we are able to really give these guarantees which are shown over there in this slide. That I would say like capacity, selectivity, energy, and catalyst makeups. And if I talk about the capex, we are almost 20 to 30% lower in capital investment to the market available technologies for KPRO. And we are, in terms of OPEX, we are almost 10 to 20% lower in operational cost. And all this is because, again, a combination of our proven reactor system and a proven recovery system. Satyam, can we go to the next? Yeah. The last technology from my petrochemical side, which I would like to talk about, is Keynote. Of course, I have talked about this technology in various forums, and I really would like to promote it against this forum itself. It's a KBR's catalytic olefins cracking technology. And again, this is based on FCC's FCC reactor system. And again, it's our 70 years experienced orthoflow reactor, which we are using for this reactor, for this technology. And the catalyst for this is ZSM-5 catalyst, yeah. And then proprietary catalyst, there is something additions to that, you know, for using for this technology. And what kind of feedstocks it uses basically? It uses a carbon chain of C4 to C10, but okay, we are stretching it to C12 as well. And basically, this Keynote technology, it processes almost all light olefinic, paraffinic, and mixed feed. And what it produces is very high propylene yields, along with ethylene and aromatics. The propylene to ethylene ratio, what we can achieve via this technology, it can go as high as 2 or a bit 2.1 even. But okay, anyhow, it is always more than 0.9. So 0.9 to almost 2, it can reach, depending on the kind of feed stream which you are processing via this technology. And of course, it gives you ethylene also, and also high aromatics gasoline. When I say high aromatics, BTX is there, but of course, toluene is quite high. Satyam, please can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So here, I just would like to tell you, as I told you, the propylene is quite high, and compared to ethylene, it can go up to 2. Another advantage of this technology is the feed flexibility. Since it is a catalytic cracking, it can really crack paraffins, yeah, paraffins, olefins, and even oxygenates. When I say oxygenates, it talk about like amylines, it talks about even methanol, it talks about ethanol to a certain percentage within the feed itself. Okay, and I would say like there is no bar. All kind of feeds which are shown over here, when you really come out from a refinery, like the feeds which you generate out of coker is almost 40–50% of olefinics. Cut out from the FCC is almost 35 to 40%. They can directly go into the K-cot with a small treatment of any heavy metals or a bit of to the sulfur. But sulfur, to the extent it can handle almost 1800 to almost 2500 sulfur. It can very easily handle. So normally in any of this refinery, if you see, it's basically the naphtha, which is, or LPGs, which are used for a cracker, okay, straight on naphthas coming out, or any which is paraffinic. But if I talk about the olefinics, all the olefinic feeds can be processed in the K-cot unit, yeah. Paraffinic, olefinics, and oxygenates. Oxygenates basically, which are basically non-traditional, can come from the Fischer-Tropsch processes. They all can be processed. And what exactly we are producing is effluent which goes to the recovery section. And this effluent is basically propylene, ethylene, and I will say high aromatics gasoline, that is high BTX gasoline itself. And the overall, if you see on the right side, I have shown also kind of a typical on yield side. So if you see the C4 raffinates, which also C4 raffinate 1 I have shown over here after butadiene extraction. But if we talk about the C4s, which are, or olefinic C4s, which are coming out from the cracker, that also can go directly into the K-cot, yeah. There is really nothing basically which need to be really purified or taken out. But yes, it can go directly. If you have a lot of oxygens, of course, it need to be, but of course, if you have a nitrogen, it need to take it out. But nitrogen can go as it is. Of course, it increases the hydraulic loads, but it acts as an inert, nothing more than that. C5s, and then FCCs, light naphtha, coker light naphtha, they all can be processed. And if you see in this yield diagram itself, the propylene is almost higher than, or I would say more than 2 even, more than 2 or sometime around 2 to ethylene. So P by E ratios is quite high. Then BTX percentage is also quite high. Of course, we are limiting to our fuel gas, which is heavily produced in any of the steam cracker. And of course, as I told you, in any of the refinery, there is always a short of hydrogen, you know? So you cannot process the olefinic feeds directly into steam cracker. You got to hydrogenate it. But in this case, you can process the olefinic feeds directly into the K-cot. So it's a lot of saving in terms of hydrogen and hydrogen processing itself. Okay, flexibility, I talked about the feed flexibility, it covers a lot. And I talked about that, okay, this technology is again based on orthoflow reactor, which is having 70 years of experience. And economy of scale, if I talk about, yes, okay, you said, so economic of scale, if I say that, okay, it can very well fit to the existing configuration of a steam cracker as well as to the refineries. Yeah, it can be placed in between. And in such cases for the existing asset, it can go from very small to the very large. Yeah. So I would say if in terms of NPVs or IRRs, we still can get a very good amount, even though if you put a small K-cot reactor. So I just would like to cover it on a total, like these 3 technologies. If I talk about the best yields, I have shown you that in SC1 coils, we get it. If I talk about like flexibility in K-cot, we get all kinds of feed flexibilities. Plot advantages, since we use the single firebox or single cabin fireboxes, so we save a lot compared to available technologies. Lower TICs, we have advanced recovery system for deethanizer and also for C2 splitters, which really reduces the overall count. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Pratap. I think the KBR portfolio would have complemented the Axens portfolio, because Axens concentrated more on the bottom of the barrel and the heavy
There
of the crude oil.
there is still some more we would like to talk about.
Okay, yeah. But today you are out of time, because today we are on a Saturday evening. Yeah. And you would like to present some more slides?
Yeah,
because,
there were a few more. We just about, I guess I have around 6-7 more minutes on my.
Okay, I have to restrict because otherwise we'll not be having sufficient time for the last presenter, and then the question answers will not get. So
All
can we
right,
take
let me.
about
Sorry.
3 to 5 minutes more?
Yeah, sure. I'll
Another 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So we talk about we spoke about the olefins technologies. I'll quickly browse through the offerings that we have for the refining part, and that is the part of streams or the streams that we have in the refinery, the heavier streams, which could find a destination either in the FCC, which is the Maxofin technology that KBR offers, and you improve your high value product yields in the ethylene and propylene. Wait, let me share the screen. So KBR offers the Maxofin, the dual riser technology. Typically enables high severity operations, but at the same time gives you the flexibility to produce a higher light olefin make with minimum gasoline through the FCC. Effectively, this becomes a perfect integration candidate when you are trying to maximize your petrochemicals yield from the same feed that goes through the FCC. And what you see here is on the right, as the comparative yield chart shows, you have increased almost 12% propylene over the traditional FCC make that you could get through the Maxofin dual riser technology. Apart from that, within the same FCC complex would be the KSAT. The KSAT is solid alkylation technology that KBR offers. And the reason for including it here is that while we are improving the petrochemicals make, there is always a pressure and also very strong pressure on refiners to improve their gasoline quality as well, given the emission norms that we have in the country and which we expect slowly to be implemented. And this is the KSAT is the option that KBR offers typically to alkylate a wide range of feed, right from C2 to C5 that you could take through the KSAT reactor, a single, a solid acid catalyst, lower maintenance, no liquid acid handling, effectively improved reliability of your facility, simpler operations. And KBR also offers the offering as a modular solution. Now we speak about the bottom, the resid, and how is it that KBR can help you improve your configuration options with the resid. And this is through the ROSE unit, the residuum oil supercritical extraction. KBR currently offers almost 90% of operating ROSE type or supercritical extraction units, the solvent deasphalting units on the globe. This again forms a very excellent candidate for configuration. You don't really have a fixed purview as to what you want to, the ROSE unit to make for you. It gives you flexibility in any of the units that you feed the DO to, and that is you could improve your hydrocracker yields with the DO as feed, your ARDS yields, FCC, RFCC yields to make more olefins through the process. So this and the bottoms, you could easily route it either through a coker or through asphalt. There is also offering from the KBR portfolio where we help you improve your power and steam generation with the pitch that you get out of the ROSE unit. I'll quickly take you through a possible configuration since we are short of time now. You see here in a gasoline-oriented refinery where the bottom of the barrel is a coker and the various units, the VGO-HT, the FCC, the DHT, the NHT, and CCR. So typically in the year 2000, this was a quite complex and a very competitive refinery configuration. But in today's case, there is still a large gap that you could address and improve here. And how we would do that is you have the ROSE unit which feeds the coker, and also the DAO would feed the Maxofin unit, thereby improving your yields of the ethylene, propylene. The KSAT unit helps you improve gasoline quality because you're talking about almost 99 RON as your KSAT unit product. That enables you to blend and sell higher, higher grade fuels, and helping the your branding for superior fuels also. There is a removal from this configuration, and that is the older alkylation unit goes away. The benefits you see here, you get a gross margin uplift of almost $2, and this number doesn't really excite, but then your IRR is 23%. So this is basically a very low capex, quick fix solution to improve your profitability. Also gives you flexibility. This is one of the, after integration and change, this is the third most used word in the conference today was flexibility. And this is where having the ROSE unit there gives you that flexibility to get a different mix out of the same configuration in the refinery. A diesel-oriented refinery, when we talk about a possible configuration change here, you bring in the ROSE unit which feeds to the Weber Combi cracker. This is the slurry hydrocracker that KBR offers. Weber Combi cracker has been in use for almost 80 years now. It was developed by the Germans during the Second World War, and has the modern day version of it actually enables the refiner to completely eliminate the low value streams like residues and fuel oils from the refinery. The configuration here shows you an example of how you can actually utilize the VCC, the Weber Combi cracker, along with the existing FCC hydrocracker mix within the refinery to completely eliminate the fuel oil stream that was there in the original configuration. And apart from that, on the light ends, Pratap spoke about the score part. So that helps you improve your polymer, the C2, C3 make from the refinery, eventually, enabling a far better gross margin uplift. Although comparatively your IRR here is lower. But one of the things I would like to highlight here is that having that ROSE just upstream of the VCC, there may be questions as to why do you do that, is because that helps you reduce the size and the capital investment you need for the first stage of the slurry hydrocracker. Because that basically, kind of eliminates that real bottom of the barrel out of that feed that would go there, and effectively treating it later enables your an improved margin with a lower capital investment in the refinery. As closing thoughts, the change is coming. Just about everybody said that. I don't need to overemphasize it. But then there is no one size fits all. And this is where there will be a lot of possibilities, a lot of configuration, there will be a lot of revamps, smaller changes will be more prominent or more widespread rather than, large, big complexes coming up, and the recent times have actually highlighted this situation, although all that much more. Just to close it, please be assured that KBR has proven technologies and a very broad integration toolbox that can help you, achieve your objectives that you have for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Satyam and Pratap, both for your presentations. I had to rush you towards the end, but I'm glad that you were able to cover all the slides and show a portfolio which covers the lighter ends of the crude oil as well as the heavy ends of the crude oil to get value-added petrochemicals generation. But we would like to also see a few more KBR technologies being implemented in India. Presently, we have none right now. None of these core, K-Pro, K-Cot, KSAT rose. So we would like to see some of these technologies having implementation in India to to accept your claim that you have a wide range of efficient and effective technologies. So I hope your efforts are going to be towards that, and we will like to see success happening.
Proof of the pudding is in the eating of it. So definitely we are looking at a chance to prove it to the industry.
We need a
Best for that.
chance. Yeah.
So we now move to
Okay.
the last speaker, Rajiv
Yeah.
Agarwal. Rajiv Agarwal is, he has been my colleague. I was in EIL earlier, so we have worked together on a couple of projects. He's working presently as a group general manager, heading the process division. He's based in Gurgaon. He's a graduate from IIT Roorkee and has experience in all the areas, refining, petrochemical, gas processing, as well as worked on the integrated utilities and offsite systems design also. And he has led design of mega refining and petrochemical complexes for several clients and worked with several EPC contractors. So Rajiv is going to present a case study. And the reason for including EIL as one of the presenters in this webinar, which is meant for licensors, is because EIL is a licensor of a few technologies, but also is a managing licensor for integrated complexes. So I thought we could capture the experience of EIL as a managing licensor also when we are looking at technologies being offered for new complexes. A very important experience that we, all Indian clients, draw upon. So over to you, Rajiv. First, okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good evening, all dignitaries, and good evening, my co-panelists. Good evening, all the audiences. I'll share my presentation. So, I mean, the topic of my presentation is basically the challenges and key issues involved in a COTC project or a refinery petrochemical integration, along with the case study that EIL is executing as a part of its one of the major mega project. So my presentation basically covers the petrochemicals present outlook, petrochemical market dynamics in India, then the refinery petrochemical integration and COTC projects. I mean, what kind of integration is possible? What are the market drivers for the COTC petrochemical integration? Some of the typical configurations that are possible for this kind of projects and integrated refinery petrochemical industry. And then a case study, which I told you we are executing as a PMC project. One mega multi-billion-dollar project is being executed. EIL is a PMC for that. And we would like to present what are the challenges and key issues in the execution of this project, which will be helpful for the industry to take up in future and keep these issues in mind.
Rajiv, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Can we go to the, in view of the shortage of time and the fact that we have to get the questions also answered, can we go to the third part of your presentation straight away? Skip the first two?
Okay, sir, I'll do that. So these slides were simply telling you that there is a lot of demand within India. The petrochemicals currently are getting imported to meet the demand. Both the petrochemical, I mean, the ethylene derivatives, as well as the propylene derivatives. There is a lot of, even now, there is a lot of demand is being met by the import of these, especially like PV, ethylene derivatives like PP and even HDP, LLDP. Similarly, PP is also being imported. So this ensures that will be a continuous market demand, especially in India for these petrochemicals. And there will be a lot of growth. That is, by 2000, another 2 decades, we will have a multifold increase in the petrochemicals consumption, especially in PP, and then maybe about 2-fold consumption of PVC will be there in another 2 decades. which ensures that there is a ready market available, and the refiners should be able to invest money in these projects without really bothering for the demand for these products. So I'm skipping these slides. These are basically all about ensuring that the Indian industry can be very sure that there is going to be, especially in India, there is going to be a demand for these products in at least next 2 to 3 decades. And these owners and refiners can invest money with the ensured market available for these products. So I'm skipping these slides. This I would just like to tell you that these are the current petrochemical complexes, maybe standalone complexes, or some, or they may be basically, in some case, the polypropylene polypropylene production in some of the refineries. So let us say that HMEL Bathinda has a polypropylene facility available, operating. Then IOCL Panipat has a full-fledged cracker, petrochemical cracker, which is close to their existing refinery. And then RIL has a lot of plants, Jamnagar, Dahej, Hazira, Nagothane, Vadodara. Opal operates a petrochemical complex at Dahej. Then these refineries at Mangalore and Kochi refinery, they are basically mostly propylene derivatives. IOCL has a Paradeep big refinery which produces polypropylene, and then we have HPL Haldia as a standalone petrochemical complex. GAIL operates a petrochemical complex on gas feeds, and BCPL also has a petrochemical complex in Dibrugarh. The total the current petrochemical that they are able to produce is about 7.2 millions of ethylene and 6.6 million tons of propylene. And these are the future projects that have been either under execution or are already announced. So HMEL Bathinda is one of the project, and EIL is the PMC for this. Not only PMC, we are doing this job on an EPCM basis, and it is setting up a big cracker complex with 1200 KTP of ethylene. Then HRL Barmer is also it is a grassroots integrated petrochemical complex that EIL is executing as a PMC. It is under execution, and it is almost 1 million ton of ethylene that is cracker is being set up as a part of this integrated complex. Niara is also executing a polypropylene plant of 450 KTPA. Then we have, so there are some other announced projects like West Coast Refinery, which Ashok Saab has already told you about that. And BPCL Rasaini is also planning a project for a big cracker with 1500 KTPA capacity. Kakinada, which is a joint venture of HPCL and GAIL, is also planning a 1 million ton cracker. GAIL Usar is also planning a 500 KTPA of PP based on propane dehydrogenation. And Niara is also planning a petrochemical complex with 1800 KTPA cracker complex. RIL is also working on a big COTC project where they will be looking for a very high conversion complex. So this is basically the various kind of integrations levels that are possible in a refinery petrochemical integration or a COTC project. So typically, if you look at it, today, I think most of the refineries are either sitting here or here. That the refineries have a polypropylene production and aromatics recovery, and some refineries are also integrated with a paraxylene complex like the Panipat refinery. So typically, today, the integration is only 10 to 15% in most of the refineries, and even less than 10% in some refineries. So, I mean, if you want to increase the chemical production to a level of 20 to 40, 45%, then probably we have to think of integrating the refineries with the aromatic complex along with the cracker complex. And if we want to increase it beyond 40, 45% to up to 70%, then there will be no fuel production, and it will be a total conversion of the crude to about 60 to 70 or 70% conversion can be achieved from the crude in these projects. These projects will have a lot of capex investment because of so many units coming in, but they will also be a good, give it a good margin and return on the investment. So this slide shows you that what is the major streams which have already been said by co-panelist. Also, there is a lot of feedstocks that can be integrated, like naphtha, reformate, LPG, and there are some back integration also possible, hydrogen, fuel gas, even the energy integration is also possible in these kind of integrated complexes. So this is basically the benefits that typically refinery petrochemical integration and COTC projects give, that integrated refining and petrochemical plants balance one another. That basically means that some of the products from the refinery can be integrated into the as a feedstock to the petrochemical part of the complex, as well as I mean some of the products from the petrochemical plants which cannot be properly sold, can be properly handled in a standalone petrochemical plant, can also find a way into the refinery. So that way they quite balance each other if they are integrated complexes. Then the extent the petrochemical feedstock to non-conventional hydrocarbon sources, which is typically not possible in a standalone petrochemical complexes, because the standalone petrochemicals are typically fed by lighter feedstock. But because of this virtue of this integrated complexes, we can make heavier feedstock also as one of the feedstock for feeding the petrochemicals by converting hydrocracking, as already my co-panelist had told you about the various technologies that can be used for handling these heavier feedstocks and residues and converting into lighter products, which can ultimately be fed to the petrochemical section of this integrated complex. The byproducts can be reprocessed to increase more valuable products on both sides. That means some of the products from the petrochemicals can back integrate into the refinery for a better value generation. And some of the products from the refinery can be integrated into the petrochemical side for a better utilization of these products. Then these give the inherent benefit of integrated utilities that we can have for both the complex, which helps in a lot of savings in the variable cost, and as well as the the transportation cost. Had it been at separate complexes, there will be a lot of transport cost that would have accrued to this owner on transportation of naphtha, or let us say LPG as a feedstock. Then the being integrated in complexes, it gives a lot of benefit in terms of maintenance cost and cost of logistics. Then there is a lot of working capital savings because of the lower inventories, because it is an integrated complex. So let us say naphtha, had it been as a standalone complexes, there will be an inventory at the refinery end, there will be an inventory at the petrochemical end. While in the integrated complex, it will be only an intermediate stream. So if let us say the 30 days storage is reduced to like a 7 days storage or a 5 days storage. So that way it gives a lot of savings in the working capital also. So these are the major benefits that accrue as a part of this integration exercise. These are the market drivers for CO2C or petrochemical, refinery petrochemical integration, that as already told in several other presentations, that the fuel markets is not growing the way it was growing in the historically, while the petrochemical growth is much higher even than the global GDP growth rate. Even for India, the petrochemicals are expected to grow at a higher GDP than growth than the Therefore, this reduction in the fuel market is because of the, let us say, the hybrid vehicles, electric vehicles that are expected in the future. So it essentially tells you that the fuel market is going down in terms of growth rate, while the petrochemicals are expected to grow at a very high growth rate. And refiners are looking for alternate high value products.
Rajiv, sorry to interrupt you, but since we are already running short of time and some of these things have already been covered by the previous presenters, can I suggest that we go straight to your case study?
Okay, sir. Okay. So, I mean, these are some of the typical configurations in the petrochemicals, right, which have already been, some of them have been told by this co-panelist. And then I'll proceed to the case study. Yeah. As I told you that EIL is executing one mega complex, which is a refinery integrated petrochemical complex, and the first grassroots petrochemical complex that has been executed in India. And EIL has been involved in this project right from the inception stage, right from the DFR stage. We have been involved in, and now the project is in the advanced stage. In the sense that several units are already in advanced stage of engineering, while the other units, the engineering is likely to start very soon. And it is a proud for EIL to be associated with for this mega complex as a PMC. So this tells you about a kind of an overview of this project, that the crude oil is imported from a SPM and caught in the Gujarat area, and it is then transported through a 400-500 kilometers of pipeline to the refinery complex, refinery and petrochemical integrated complex. This refinery units are basically the CDVDU, a MS block, which mainly consists of NHT isome with a small reformer, and a DHDT unit to upgrade diesel. Then we have a Viju hydrotreater to cater to a petrochemical FCC. And of course, a gasoline produced needs to be treated in a gasoline treatment unit. For VR upgradation, we have a DCU unit. And then we have from the petrochemical side, we have a dual feed cracker and swing 2 trains of swing unit, LLDP, HDP to make about 1 million ton of polyethylene product. And there are 2 trains of polypropylene unit to make about 1 million ton of polypropylene unit, along with the butene 1 unit. This complex is meant for processing of crude of API around 30.3 and sulfur content of about 2.38%. It is supported by a integrated utilities and offsite complex, and with a CPP, which are basically we have considered 2 CPPs for in this integration, and there is a common product and dispatch facilities available. So because of this integrated complex, it has a assured feed availability. The petrochemical portion has a assured feed availability from the refinery. Then it has integrated utilities and offsite systems, which reduces the overall cost. There's a product dispatch facilities have also been combined. Dispatch facilities have been considered. A lot of steam and power reliability, that it is configured with 2 CPPs backed up by a grid also. So it has a lot of steam and power reliability to operate this complex. And because there's a lot of integration of these streams, so we have upgraded value chain, which ensures higher margins for this complex. This slide shows you that the one in the gray are basically the streams that are integrated with the petrochemicals, and the only product the refinery sells only gasoline and diesel as a product. Gasoline also is only is not utilizing the complete naphtha. May I say about only 30 to 40% goes to the gasoline, and rest is all feeding the petrochemicals. And the VGOs that are produced within this complex are basically feeding the petro FCC, which is that targeted towards making more of propylene and ultimately polypropylene. The coke that is produced from the coker is basically used for in a CFBC based CPP plant for steam generation and power production. Therefore, there is no coke sale also. And all these remaining streams, which are typically the products from the refinery, are actually feedstock to the petrochemical refinery, and there is no sale of these products like LPG, naphtha, kerosene. Kerosene also partially goes into the petrochemical feed and partially to the diesel pool to meet the diesel demand. The fuel gas is also one of the streams that is integrated with the petrochemical feed. So, I mean, this is the overall block flow diagrams for this complex. That the refinery side has a CDVDU and a MS block to generate gasoline. Then we have a diesel is treated in a DHDT to make the BS6 quality diesel. And then the VGOs are upgraded in a VGO IGT to feed to a PFCC unit to make more propylene. And the VR is basically being routed to a delayed coker unit and producing lighters to be handled in treating units. And the coke is being sent to a CFBC based power plant. On the dual feed cracker side, we have the dual feed cracker is basically fed by naphtha stream as one of the major feedstock. And then we have partially the Caro is also one of the feedstock to this. Apart from that, we have the fuel gas that is coming from the refinery as is also recovered. This fuel gas has, especially the fuel gas coming from the PFCC unit, and the cracker has a lot of potential for recovery in propylene and ethylene. And that is how it is integrated to the cracker with the cracker block of the petrochemical complex. The entire LPG also is of the one by the feedstock for the dual feed refinery, a dual feed cracker unit. A dual feed cracker unit basically is producing about 1 million ton of ethylene to make it to LLDP, HDP products. And there are 2 trains here, which is and butene one is required to meet the operation of LLDP unit. We have butadiene and benzene. Toluene is also one of the products from the dual feed cracker unit. And propylene produced from the cracker as well as the PFCC is being sent to the polypropylene. There are 2 trains of polypropylene unit making about 1 million ton of polypropylene. So, the gasoline pool is apart from getting the some of the streams from the refinery. It gets some of the streams from the cracker also to make the BS gasoline pool. This slide is basically to facilitate to tell you that how much integration is there between the refinery and the petrochemical block in this complex. All the red streams are getting integrated into the petrochemical feedstock as either the feedstock to the furnaces, or let us say for they are integrated with the aromatic section of the cracker to recover the aromatics that are produced from the PFCC of the refinery. So as I already told you that even the fuel gas from the PFC DCU has a lot of potential for generating, for extracting ethylene and propylene. And the ethane and propane from these streams is recycled back to the cracking furnaces for producing again the ethylene and propylene in the ROG section. And apart from that, naphtha, LPG, Caro, these are the other feed streams. The C5 stream from the PFCC after in the gasoline treatment unit is also one of the feedstock that has been integrated with the petrochemical this thing basically, especially in the cracker, it has been integrated. And the C6 stream, which has a lot of aromatics also, is integrated with the cracker to recover a lot of aromatics that are present in this stream. And then the green streams are the one that are produced from the cracker and are back integrated into the refinery block. One of the major back integration is, let us say, the hydrogen, which is produced in a large quantity from the cracker. It is used for hydrogen upgradation units and VG hydrotreating units and DHT units, and therefore supplement the hydrogen plant in the refinery. And the pie gas oil, the pyrolysis fuel oil produced from the cracker, they are also being sent back to the DHT unit and ultimately enter to the diesel pool. There are some streams like the mixed xylenes and raffinate that is produced from the cracker are basically used for as one of the constituents of the gasoline pool. So this slide shows you that there is a lot of integration in between the petrochemical and the refinery block in this complex. As a part of, because of this integration, it has this cracker complex has this integrated complex has a lot of flexibility, which probably otherwise in a standalone units would not have been there. That naphtha can find light naphtha, heavy naphtha can find a route from apart from the petrochemical units, it can be routed to DFCU. It can be fed to the isom block of the MS block. It can be fed to the HGU unit of the refinery. So similarly, like we have that Caro can also find a route to DFCU apart from the diesel pool. Then we have some of the products like toluene. It can be either routed to the, as it can be stored as a product. It can also be it can also go to the gasoline pool of the refinery. So basically, this slide shows you that there is a lot of flexibility being generated because of this combined integration, this product, because of multi-routing of because a lot of other destinations it can be sent because of this integration. As a result, I mean, this will help the refiners to meet some kind of a demand fluctuations product in the market in terms of, let us say, there is a less of petrochemical demand. Probably you can produce more of refining products at that point of time. And if there is a dip in the refinery market, then you can produce more of petrochemicals. Of course, to the extent of that margins that are available in the various processing units. So this complex produces about 30% petrochemicals as well as the products, which basically constitutes from LLDP, HDP, polypropylene, butadiene, benzene, toluene, xylenes also there. And apart from that, the gasoline and diesel are basically the refinery products. Because of this heavy integration, I mean, the GRM of this complex is expected to be around $20 per barrel, which is much more than a standalone refinery. I'm just, I mean, these are, I would like to share with you some of the key issues that we have faced while executing this project. Which may be helpful for the refiners to understand when they take up these kind of projects. I mean, the gasoline product pool, what we find is that aromatics management in this is a challenge, because there are a lot of streams which are highly aromatic, especially the coming from the Petro FCC or some of the streams from the cracker, which needs to go into this pool. That in spite of having a BTX recovery in the cracker complex, still we find that the management of the aromatic in the gasoline is a challenge, and in fact some of the balancing has been done by alkylate. And similarly, the disposition of streams like routing of streams like pyrolysis fuel oil from DFCU, byproduct streams from butene 1, which have been a typical challenge for standalone complexes. Here can be handled because we have an integrated complex. This is a benefit arising out of this integration, that these can be either routed to pyrolysis fuel oil. We have integrated into the DCU of the refinery, and the C6 stream that comes from the butene 1 unit, which is typically has to be disposed in externally in case of a standalone petrochemical complex. Is difficult and challenge in standalone complexes. Here we could integrate into the fuel oil system of the refinery. Then what we find is that DHDT has a high cracked feed because of some of the streams that are very highly aromatic coming from the cracker also. So I mean, the DHDT feed becomes very highly cracked feed containing a lot of aromatics as well. Then then the purge gases that come from the polymer units, PP, LLDP, which have typically to be routed in a standalone complex to a cracker unit, has an additional flexibility in this case that we can route it to the PFCC, where also these can be recovered along with the in the gas concentration section of the PFCC. So this provides a better flexibility for olefins recovery. Then the flare system has been a very big challenge in this because there is a huge load of flaring during a general power failure running in several thousand tons per hour. And with this space limitations and maintaining the, I mean, the radiation intensity levels, optimizing the space, we have done a lot of work on the flare design. A lot of optimization has been done in the flare design, especially with respect to mitigation of the flare loads in the process units. For using SIL3 shutdown systems have been done. Some units are equipped with the kind of a what do you call it, a safety integrated and SIL3 shutdown to eliminate the total flare load from these units. They're very, especially in the cracker units, some of the towers we have put SIL3 shutdown systems to totally eliminate their flare loads. And then the segregation of HP and LP flare loads have been done to optimize the flare header sizes. There are 7 to 8 flare header sizes, and a lot of optimization studies have been done to integrate how to integrate the various process units to reduce the sizes of these flare headers. Then we have also considered the segregation of power supplies for refinery and petrochemicals to reduce the flare loads during a general power failure, which will not have been possible had been considered a single power supply. So that way, that is how the whole flare system has been configured with a lot of optimization in this complex. Then what we find is that ethylene and propylene storage is also one of the area where it requires key attention, and a lot of optimization is possible in these areas because typically we are getting propylene from cracker also, and so it is a basically optimization in a pressurized storage versus a cryogenic storage. C3 rundown from typically FCC is at ambient condition, while DFCU has a flexibility to run down propylene at cryogenic condition as well as ambient condition. Therefore, I mean, since we have to integrate the C3 products from this, so what we find is that there is a lot of optimization is possible by addressing these storages carefully, and a lot of capex savings can be done by selecting the right kind of storages. Then the CPP configuration is also one of the challenges in this project, and we finally decided to split for petrochemicals and refineries the CPP, which basically helped into supplement each other in case of power failure in one of the sections. And since cracker requires a lot of emergency steam during a power failure, so what we found is that in that case, the steam availability can be ensured from the refinery side. And this basically helps in, let us say, a lot of OPEX optimization. So I think with this and with the time constraints, I've quickly covered key issues and challenges, which I could have. So these are the typical takeaways. I mean, that I would like to that the investment costs are very high in these the large complexes because of the additional units that are required to convert and upgrade all crude unit fuel exchange into petrochemical feedstocks. Energy usage, hydrogen balance, and residue upgrading options are critical in conceptualization of refinery petrochemicals, and it should be carefully done at the DFR stage itself. even though these complexes requires high capital investment, the GRM and IRR of the project is much higher than the standalone complexes. Strong domestic demand of petrochemicals, especially in India, coupled with huge investments by domestic and foreign players in refinery and petrochemical industry, will ensure a bright future for these integrated complexes, especially in India. And EIL being associated with this mega project and with this kind of experience, even in the let us say the 2 projects that we are undertaken on this kind of integrated complex will give refiners and owners a lot of confidence in EIL capabilities to take up these in future with us. So that's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajiv, for giving a presentation. I'm sorry I had to rush you through it, but I thought you would probably also touch upon some of the technologies that EIL also has to offer when it performs the role of a managing licensor, like LPG treatment or sulfur recovery, or
yeah, I think there's a half an hour was too less to to cover everything. So this topic, in fact, we started with 45-50 minutes and I cut down to 30 minutes. So
okay,
maybe in some other forum we will do that.
Sure that. So now you look at the questions that you have, because you have the least time available to look at the questions. So I'll now start the question answers. I'll begin with Mr. Mike. Mr. Mike, you must have had a look at the questions that have been addressed to you. Can you start addressing?
Yeah. Sure. Let me just go down the list here and try to address most of these questions quickly here. The first one is a question around OCP. And the question is it a high severity FCC? No, in fact, it's much simpler than that. It's a simple fixed bed technology that we combine with a FCC. And the benefit there is we can run the FCC at a much lower severity, but by adding the OCP, get an overall higher level of propylene. I think there's another question down below about, do we have any OCP units in operation? In fact, we do. We've had commercial OCP units since 2013 in a different configuration, combined with our MTO technology. And the size of those units, the combined olefin is up to 800 kMTA with our MTO and OCP. So OCP part would be about 15% of that. The new one that I mentioned that we licensed combined with an FCC in China is on the order of about 185 kMTA light olefins. I'll move quickly here to give others a chance. The second question is about the $22 a barrel net cash margin I mentioned for the non-traditional hydrocarbon hydrocracking. Did that consider the hydrogen requirement? And yes, indeed, it did consider the hydrogen requirement. If you want to talk about that in more detail, feel free to contact me or anyone at UOP. The next question is about the Hengli Petrochemicals complex in China, whether that was UOP technology. While we are the leader in this technology with the 80% share of demand since 2015, that particular unit is not a UOP complex. We do have a complex in design at 4 million tons of PX capacity, and a second one in design at 4.8 million tons of PX capacity. So those will be coming up in the near future, so that we can certainly design units at that size. Next question is, would it be an alternate home for isoparaffins in a low gasoline demand world? Well, I think a couple options come to mind is, maybe converting them to alkylate in an alkylation unit for, much higher octane. I guess it depends on how low the gasoline demand goes, and what the gasoline octane, level we need. Other alternative could be a steam cracker feed, although as I discussed a lot in my talk, I think it would be better to convert those isoparaffins to normal paraffins before doing that. Next question, my perspective on aviation fuels, especially in the Indian market, given interest in air transportation. the way I read this is you're wondering if the demand for jet would limit the amount that can be, say, converted to chemicals. The forecast I've seen is that the Caro supply is expected to exceed the jet demand out through 2030. And I think that was even pre-COVID data. So I think that could probably extend beyond 2030 unless we bounce back very, very quickly. So I don't think that will, in the near or medium term, affect the, put refiners to make a difficult choice whether making crude or, making fuels or chemicals. Next one is in the Indian scenario, is a break-even point for cracking kerosene or diesel. That again, I think I'd like to talk, to you in a more specific, what you want to make and what you have there. So I don't have a ballpark number to give you. Next one is CapEx difference between RFCC and UOP PDH. This is kind of a difficult question because you're talking about very different feedstocks and different product slates. So how to get it on a consistent basis, but I'll answer it this way. A 50,000 barrel a day FCC CapEx would be similar to CapEx for a 500 KMTA PDH unit. Now that RFCC unit would probably only make about 450 KMTA propylene. So if you look at it that way, I would say there'd be an advantage on the PDH side. Going further, would unit cracking technology produce paraffinic naphtha suitable for steam cracking? Well, as most of you know, probably that naphtha produced in a unit cracking unit would contain isoparaffins, normal paraffins, and as well as naphthenes. So I think it wouldn't be a perfect feed for a steam cracker. Probably be better suited in many cases for aromatics production. I think there was a few more at the bottom. Let me just jump down there and try to answer those quickly. It's an interesting question, whether we could design a max ethylene FCC. I think that would not be very practical. I think we'd have to operate at very high severity. You'd make a lot of dry gas, and I don't think it would be very economical compared to other existing routes. So I don't think that would be very practical. Let me see. There we go. Question here on, I think someone else just alluded to this, on the petrochemical production, when you go up to higher levels of conversion to petrochemicals, what is the increase in cost? I think what you're really getting at here is, and I think what we've seen is that above, say, 70 or 80%, that increase in capital costs to generate those higher levels of petrochemicals is probably not very competitive with existing technologies. And I think we can do between 50 and 70 today. And in fact, we are doing that in some grassroots complexes in design today. I think above that, it gets uneconomical, again, with today's technology. The next one is, again, this is about any current operating, it says OCT. I want to clarify, it's OCP technology. OCT is a different technology that's very different. So, but there are existing operating units that I mentioned earlier. And then the last one is, will reducing the isonormal paraffin ratio in the feed to a steam cracker result in more fuel gas and hydrogen generation? In fact, it results in less fuel gas and more hydrogen. So they actually go in different ways. So both are in the positive direction when you lower that iso to normal ratio. So I think that was, I apologize if I missed any questions. I think I hit them all. And if I did, feel free to reach out to me separately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I would request you to stay on, if you can, till the end of all the questions, because I will have one common question to ask all of you at the end of it. So,
Okay.
if you can.
Sure.
Thank you.
No
so
problem.
we go to Mr. Rajesh Samarth. Rajesh, your questions and your answers for it.
Okay, all right. So that there were a few questions. I'm going to combine those in the interest of time. And if there is anything else, you guys can reach out to myself or somebody else at Lamas. So, okay, so one of the questions is that, is it economical to consider this LCLSFO that I talked about in terms of where you making that UCO into a low sulfur fuel oil in terms of hydrogen addition in a fixed bed react hydrotreater? So what I would say on that, the purpose of LCLSFO is really not, in this case, hydrogen addition. Hydrogen addition is just incidental, happens. The main purpose is to reduce the sulfur content in that. And the mechanism would work somewhat like a RDS or VRDS fixed bed unit that goes downstream of the ablated bed unit. So when the question was also what kind of life you can expect. So as you know, in an RDS, VRDS type unit, the life would depend on the level of contaminants, and then you would design it accordingly. So that's on that. Another question was on the suitability of UCO as a cracker feedstock, because it's so much cheaper, and does it give advantage? So what I would say is that when you start talking about things like unconverted oil, which becomes so heavy, there is not a lot of paraffinic material there. There's a lot of aromatic and green compounds, and they naturally are not very well suited to give high level of yield in a steam cracker. So by itself, the UCO would not actually be a very economical feedstock in spite of its cheap price, because the yields would be lower. Are there any references of, say, HVGO being cracked with a paraffinic naphtha feedstock? And yes, we do have reference in China for that. And the other question was, what kind of olefins yields would you expect with HVGO kind of feedstock in a steam cracker? And they would be in the range of 30 to 40%. Again, depends on the quality of the HVGO. There were quite a few questions on the SRDC, the single riser dual catalyst system that we have and how that works. So yes, it is. What I would just make a general statement on that, which is that the fundamental idea of SRDC is that it decouples the reactor design from the catalyst and additive constraints. And it basically allows you to do some different things. In one thing in the SRDC reactor and in your main RFCC reactor. So there is something called as like a catalyst concentration device. With that, we are in a position to increase the zeolite concentration in the SRDC portion of reactor, which allows us to get a higher, propylene yield. Another question was, can you add this SRDC system on a Petro FCC, which is already giving you high propylene yield? And I would say that, see, once you already have a system which is giving you good propylene yield, adding on another system, it's a law of diminishing returns. So really have to look at it, but a better, the SRDC system would be more suitable for as an add-on to an existing FCC system to increase the propylene yield. So those were the main questions. I'll yield my time to the next speaker.
Okay. You also stay on, Rajesh.
Sure, I will.
I have one question for you also at the end. So we go to Siddharth, Mr. Siddharth Saha. Over to you.
Right. So I have a few questions. First question is, when H-oil UCO is routed to coker, what will be the expected conversion of UCO in coker? So this is entirely linked to the CCR levels. I mean, a given level of CCR level and asphaltene content in the feed to the H-oil unit would lead to a given level of, and depending on the conversion, it would lead to a given level of CCR in the UCO. And then once the CCR is pegged, you can expect coke yield from the coker if the UCO is fed to a coker. In the same way, you would assess the performance for coker in general. And depending on feed CCR, I mean crude source, UCO, we have units of use in which UCO CCR varies between, like, for Urals, for example, it could be as low as 20, whereas it could go up to 30 plus for Arabian kind of crude. So it's essentially linked to the CCR of the UCO. Then the next question is, in CC2C technology, what will be olefins and aromatics yield from crude, on which on this one we don't have any clear idea. This project has started, I mean the development has started only in 2019, and then concrete information will come out in coming days, and will definitely communicate when it does. Next question is, what is the ethylene and propylene production at Hengley Petrochemicals plant? So the only thing I know is that the steam cracker, which is obviously not something that we have provided, it is outside our battery limit in the project. But the capacity is 1.5 million in terms of ethylene, and it is mainly naphtha based. So from that you would be able to gauge what would be the propylene yield, I guess. So then the next question is, what is the IRR of this project? So project is not specifically mentioned. So I guess this must be also about Hengley. So again, we don't have clear information about this. What we know from public announcements is that once the project is started up, the company has declared something like, I mean, the level of turnover, investment, and EBIT, earning before interest and taxes, that they have declared. If you calculate the simple payback based on EBIT, it would work out to something like less than 3 years. Which is quite impressive, but we are just going by the figures that the company has announced in the media. Then the next question is Axens case study regarding Hengley project part of crude to chemicals plant of Hengley? So yeah, I mean, this is the case that I showed is the first phase of crude to chemicals plant of Hengley. We understand there's a second phase also planned, which is on the drawing board yet. So whatever you see in terms of refinery at Hengley's complex is I mean, the technology is provided by Axens, and that is the case study we showed. The next question was, what is the yield pattern of flexi coking based on pitch as its feedstock? I don't have direct data on that. I know there are 6 flexi coking units operating globally. Out of that, one of the unit definitely commercially processes pitch from solvent asphalting unit. I don't have answer on what is the yield pattern, but essentially the coking part of flexi coking is essentially similar to what you would see in delayed coking process, the yield patterns at least. So again, it is linked to CCR, as I mentioned in the first question. So then next question is, what is the typical conversion level of HSD to naphtha in diesel hydrocracker? What is the typical cost level? So in the references that we showed, the conversion of diesel it starts from 10% and goes up to 95%. So in simple terms, up to 95% conversion to naphtha, a combination of light and heavy naphtha is possible. And the cost of the unit is about, I would say, 30 to 35% lower than what you would estimate for an equal capacity VGO hydrocracker. So I can't provide an absolute number, but relatively that's the level you are at. Then if I have, sir, please alert me if I'm overshooting time.
No, don't worry, don't worry.
Then there is a question, what is the BTU value of flexi gas and whether conventional burners will be able to handle this gas, and can this replace fuel gas for steam cracker? So very, I suppose, knowing question. So the flexi gas by nature is a low BTU gas. The calorific value is about 50% of conventional syngas. I mean, obviously, because there's a product from a gasification process, you don't compare it with the refinery fuel gas. So if you compare it with syngas produced from a O2 based gasifier, this would be about 50% of that. But there's no but, actually. I mean, you would understand. I mean, I said that the gasification here is a way to make gasification benefits affordable. So here we are talking about gasification with air. So this gas would have about roughly 50% of nitrogen. So that is the reason for its BTU value being lower than syngas. But it can be burnt, and it is burnt commercially in all the references, 6 references we talked about. It is burnt in co-firing mode with refinery fuel gas. If I can, I'll just show you how it is. Just a second. So if you can see my screen, this is how it looks. So basically, you would have the standard tips around the edge and the flexi gas burner at the center. So this is commercially done, nothing special about it. It cannot possibly be used in a steam cracker, but in ordinary process heaters in a refinery, this is regularly used. So I don't know, I have more questions. There's one question about propylene yield demonstrated in HSFCC. So with the industrial unit that we talked about, which is processing hydrotreated atmospheric residue from mainly Arabian crudes. I don't know about the CCR value, but the unit has currently reached 16% propylene yield on this kind of feed, hydrotreated AR. So yeah, those are the ones I had so far. If I've missed anyone, you please contact me separately.
Okay, thanks, Siddharth. You also stay back for the last question I have towards the end. So over to you, Satyam and Pratap, for your questions.
Yeah, so we have questions split between Pratap and I. Yeah. So I'll request Pratap to address the first 2, and then maybe I'll
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So the first question for me is, okay, the anonymous, the person has asked exactly where the Dow is a feed for one of the steam cracker. Can you provide the distillation range of this stream and some indicative yield delta with naphtha as a base? So, of course, what I can say is that you know that deasphalted oil, the end boiling points is almost I would say 600 or a bit higher than 600 for this project. And if you really would like to compare with the naphtha, light naphtha, heavy naphthas, and where the PONA is quite good compared to this Dow, where the aromatics are and the other parts of naphthalene also a bit high. So of course the yields for the naphtha will be quite good, but the way it was calculated, it's really, this stream was of not much of use. I mean, even the selling percentage, or I would say the amount which you can really generate, the margin was nothing. So it's better to use it, crack it, and produce more ethylene and propylene light olefins, as well as the BTX part. And that's how the margin have been improved. And this is the case which was used in this. And since steam crackers is able to handle it, I would say fully vapor, you know that you got to vaporize it before you crack it. So you did that, and of course the steam to hydrocarbons ratio was quite high. It's more than 1. I cannot tell you exact number, but it is more than 1. So I hope I answered your question. But yes, if you would like to know more on this, or you have some cases, please contact me at KBR. The second question is in your K-COT process, if one uses only ethanol as feed, what would be yield for ethylene and others. Of course, this K-COT can handle oxygenates along with the other feeds like naphtha and olefinic feeds. But as a whole oxygenates, you know that this cracking of ethanol and methanol is a exotherm reactions, and K-COT is endotherm. So it's really difficult to manage that, and also with the parameters. So it's not a pure, I would say, like MTO reactor or ethanol reactor kind of a production. But yes, it can handle it. As a pilot, yes, we have on a commercial stage, we have almost 20% of these oxygenates in the feed, the data, I would say commercially operations. And I would say on a pilot study we have for methanol, I would say almost 100% as a methanol, we have the data available. But of course, the reactor design will be a bit different. We got to really see where we need to quench and how we need to control the overall thermodynamics for this and the reaction temperatures. So yeah, again, if you would like to know a bit more on this, you can contact us. We can do a kind of a study or whatever you would like to have it. I think over to you, Satyam. This the next question, I believe.
Yeah. So I have a question here which says, can you give an update on the slurry technology and in terms of their commercial status, and what kind of resid converting are you getting? So as you're aware, this is VCC. VCC has been a commercialized technology for almost 70 plus years. Yes, with KBR, we have had 3 commercial facilities that we have set up. In fact, there was one which was set up in 2016, although that plant has not started up. The successful completion of test runs done. However, there has been limitations economically with the company, and they haven't chosen to operate that unit beyond that. So it's nothing to do with the unit. It is about the refinery themselves. On the other 2 complexes that we have, one is under construction right now, and we are expecting to start up in coming year. Resid conversion that we have seen with the VCC is more than 95%. In fact, you can actually process the plant which was operating was processing coal also along with liquid feed. So any resids from the refinery, UCO, the SDA pitch, those are possible candidates that can be sent into the VCC. And this is a single pass technology. So the products from the unit don't exactly need reprocessing. So finished fuel product blending is possible with products that come out of the VCC. I hope I have addressed this one. The next question which I have is, what is the minimum scale of the ROSE unit economically feasible? We have seen units as small as 10,000 barrels a day also. So it depends on where you are fitting it. And as during the presentation, I pointed out that this unit actually gets flexibility for the refineries or the complex within which they are sitting. So what exactly are you targeting with the ROSE unit? I mean, amongst ourselves, we feel that this is one of the Mr. Perfect solutions when you have to, look at the flexibility of using it in multiple streams. So yeah, do reach out to us. Let's have a talk around what exactly you are looking at using the ROSE unit for, and then maybe you would get to know, more about the possibility of using it. There was another question which I had seen, and that is around, whether the Maxofin or the K-COT, which is preferable for the Indian refiners. You see, the Maxofin can be an excellent solution when you are looking at revamps. For an existing FCC, if you want to look at conversions to higher propylene make or higher olefins make and a reduced gasoline make from the FCC. So the Maxofin becomes a very good candidate. Apart from, of course, a standalone new grassroots unit, you could look at the Maxofin as a fantastic revamp candidate. However, for the K-COT, yes, you need to have those streams available, and those that way it becomes a candidate for selection once you have the flexibility or the availability of those streams to have a commercial, commercially viable capacity through the KCON. So yes, it is, depending on what you have as streams that you want to feed in, the best suitable alternative can be chosen now. And KBR can handhold you through that whole exercise. So,
are you through?
Yeah, I believe we have addressed most of the questions that were.
Okay, so stay back for the last question that I'll have at the end. Rajiv,
sure. Thank you.
Take over your questions.
Yes, yes, sir. I mean, I have some few questions. One question is that why no ATF production from this complex? So what I would like to say is that typically, I mean, this configuration is typically done on LP programming based softwares, and it predicts a kind of a optimization based on the cost of the prices of the various products. So that is so for whatever pricing mechanism had been used for the various products in this refinery, probably LP did not predicted any ATF production because the petrochemical products are typically higher priced. So I mean, the Caro routing to cracker was considered by the cracker as a part of this. Then once, so I mean, this can vary also depending upon, let us say, in one in future the prices for these streams can change compared to what has been considered in our for our project, and maybe there the ATF production can be justified. So I mean, it is a case-to-case variation depending upon what pricing has been considered for the petrochemical streams versus the refinery streams, and the LP program based on the optimization predicts the product pattern. The second one question is on the CFBC details, that it is a CFBC is a kind of a boiler which is a fluidized boiler to handle the high sulfur coke that is produced from the delayed coker. I mean, now several vendors are there even in India and outside who are capable of fabricating these kind of boilers and designing these kind of boilers. Especially with the 100% coke, this was a challenge in past, but I think now many vendors with 100% coke are able to operate CFBC boilers. The sulfur in these coke is captured as gypsum because the limestone is also has to be fed along with the coke to these boilers. So if you want to know more about the CFBC boilers, I mean, you can talk to us and you can talk to several vendors are there who are basically designing and fabricating these boilers. Then there is a question on what is the future of standalone refineries. So I mean, with the current market trends and the pricing that we are getting for these fuels versus the petrochemicals, I must say, based on our experience and the various configurations that we have done, that it is very difficult to have a standalone refinery in the present market trends. The IRR is very low in these kind of standalone refineries. The investments are not justified, and therefore, without integration, I mean, these standalone refineries probably will not be there in the future. So, I mean, I don't see any future for the standalone refineries. That is what I want to say. Then there is one question is that some of the streams that I have shown that petrochemical standalone petrochemical plants produce and which are integrated into the refinery, how they are handled in case of a standalone petrochemical plants. So I mean, let us say hydrogen is one of the major products from this, and some of the hydrogen is utilized within the petrochemical plant because some hydrotreating section is there within the hydrocracker. But still there is a lot of hydrogen which is excess in Of course, I mean, hydrogen, it also depends upon, what is the feed to your cracker. When the naphtha is a feed, then there is a lot of hydrogen generation, excess and hydrogen generation is there. So in case of a standalone cracker, it will finally find a way into the fuel gases where, it will go into the furnaces. But in case of integrated complexes, this can be recovered and can be usefully utilized in case of hydrotating units. And some other streams like PFO, pyrolysis fuel oil, pyrolysis gas oil, these are difficult to handle in case of a standalone plant. They have to be either sold as products, which have a lot of difficulties in finding markets for these kind of products. But with these are the benefits of integration, that these can be integrated into the refineries, and some can pyrolysis gas oil can go to DHDT, while the pyrolysis fuel oil can go to DCU as a feed. So that are all the benefits of integration. And as a standalone petrochemical, these are all the challenges in standalone petrochemical complexes. Then one question is, I think what that is also answered, that how the PI gas routing challenge to DHDT, that probably somebody from Axens or UOP can better answer this. But typically what I would like to say that PI gas, pyrolysis gasoline is typically not, in case of integrated complexes, it is not fed to the DHDT because it has a lot of octane value attached to it. Of course, aromatics is a challenge. So in our case, it has gone into after it goes to the aromatics recovery within the cracker complex, and the balance raffinate, which is more paraffinic, can go to gasoline pool as a diluent to the aromatics. So probably DHDT is not the right destination for this stream, and maybe of course it can depend on the configuration also, but probably Axens or UOP can better understand that if it goes to DHDT, what are the likely challenges, because it's a very highly aromatic stream. But I think the quantity of this stream is very low compared to the DHDT feeds, should not pose any challenge. So these are the all questions that I have got.
Thank you, Rajiv, and thank you all panelists for having handled your questions so well. All of them answered, nothing outstanding. Now, my final question to all of you, one by one, I'll ask your responses. You can be as brief as you want in your responses, but my question is one. The theme of the conference that I had mentioned is increasing petrochemical intensity and reducing carbon emission intensity. Now, the second part has not been covered specifically in any of your presentations. So I have a question to ask on this. I agree that carbon emission intensity is actually energy efficiency. Whatever fuel you're burning and carbon dioxide is being emitted, if the energy efficiency is maximized, you are taking care of the carbon emission intensity in one way. Plus, there is carbon emission intensity from the power plant chimney also. So the complex as such is not entirely on you. It is partly on you and partly on the off-sites part. But if one were to look at the units per se, if you are a managing licensor of an integrated complex and you are asked to reduce carbon emission intensity by a certain factor, either make it zero or make it with a cap, how would you approach this problem? Would you say, I will take care of it partly in this way, or will you leave it to the PMC, saying it's totally not in my purview, let the PMC handle that? What would be the licensor's role or a managing licensor's role in meeting limitations on carbon emission intensity? Mike, your views, please.
Okay, no, I think it's fair that I go first since I had the most time to prepare my other answers. I guess I would answer it this way. Licensors certainly have a role to play here. And I think, I did try to touch on it a little bit in my talk on the 6 efficiencies that UOP uses when we evaluate solutions for customers. And certainly emissions is a big part of that. And you properly mentioned, right? It's the energy efficiency, right? So that gets to your power generation, and then also how much fuel you use, which directly converts to emissions. I think the other point I mentioned was when you talk to different technologies, the amount of coke make you produce also ultimately turns into emissions as well in most cases. So I think it would be irresponsible for licensors to say that's not my problem. And in fact, that's not the approach we're taking. It's very much part of our evaluation when we develop new technologies or when we develop new solutions for customers. So, and hopefully we'll find new ways to go even further. So,
are you developing any technologies for carbon capture or carbon conversion into more useful products?
I think it's too early
to answer carbon emission.
I think it's too early to answer that question.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay, Rajesh, over to you.
Okay, interesting question. Yes, we didn't talk about carbon efficiency. It's a very, I would say, it's a very loaded question. If you really want to look at reducing the carbon intensity, you can look at it from so many different angles. I'll just say the fundamental thing is now we are talking about making petrochemicals. So you have to look at that you have to have the right configuration, because some configurations will naturally have higher carbon intensity than the others. So you choose that. The other one would be you need to have the right kind of feedstock, because depending on what you're going to process, that's going to have its own carbon intensity, right? Then the deployment of some carbon rejection technologies, but even that is a tricky thing. I think Mike kind of addressed it in a way that I could say that a delayed coker, I'm rejecting carbon. So that carbon is not being rejected within the your OSBL, but eventually it's going to get burned somewhere else. So you really, if you take a holistic view, then that also does not become an answer. So really speaking, ultimately what it's going to come down to is to promote and further development and of processes which fundamentally have a lower energy requirement. The last question that you asked, and I'm just taking it on in terms of, are you doing anything on carbon capture? And I'll tell you that there are lots of ideas on carbon capture, but unfortunately what has happened is right now, at least the way things stand, I think without some kind of external impetus, like from government on something, by themselves, these projects are not viable. So I'm sure eventually it will come once you start putting value on the emission of carbon. Once that happens, there is a lot of know-how in the market and all that will come to play. So that's how I'll answer it.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Siddharth now.
Right, sir. I mean, it's a very, I would say, wide question, but in simple terms, what I would say is that as licensors, we maintain a constant focus on reducing the energy intensity of our processes. I mean, be it at development stage or be it through, progressive developments across, even after something has been commercialized and on when it is licensed, the Axens progressively takes up work continuously to reduce the energy intensity of the process. And I guess, the reduction in carbon intensity would be a consequence of that. But at any given point of time, for a specific project, when we are developing a flow sheet or a chain of units to meet a process objectives, it is the process objectives which would take precedence, as Rajesh mentioned, that there are some processes are inherently and more energy intensive, and if you are going for that application, then you will have to live with the maturity that particular technology has at that point of time in terms of its energy intensity. And regarding carbon capture, I guess again I have a simple answer. Yes, we are working on carbon capture solutions. There We have jointly with some partners developed something called DMX, solvent-based carbon capture technology. There is a demonstration plant currently being implemented for that in north of Europe, for capturing CO2 from a steel mill and pumping it into the North Sea for EOR. So that is like 1 million ton of CO2 per year scale of carbon capture unit, which is being implemented based on our solvent solution.
Thanks. That's nice. Thanks for disclosing that. At
Yes.
least you shared some information on the subject. Now, next to Satyam and Pratap.
Yes, so they say that the most expensive or the most difficult question in KBC comes in the end when you have finished all your lifelines. So no, but talking about, I mean, look at the ROSE technology that I was talking about within the presentation I made. Now, that is supercritical extraction. So is an energy saving, and effectively, you know, the process is designed in a way that the refiner doesn't spend on, you know, in some way in the process itself. Now, you know, the temperatures otherwise that you would say in a normal SDA are way higher compared to what you have within the ROSE unit. So, but larger reference to the complex, yes, you know, or let's look at the larger reference to the industry. KBR very active on the, like for example, on the steam reforming side, we are talking about green ammonia. We are offering technologies which help reduce the carbon footprint for getting to the same product. However, we build that within our processes when we you know, design the schemes that we design. This is one of the critical peg point within the design process, as in you know, whether this is an energy efficient process or not. But of course, as my other colleagues alluded to, you know, effectively the objective of the unit has to be addressed first. You know, why are you putting a cracking unit? So, you know, those considerations put apart, yes, the effort is always around, you know, trying to ensure that we are complying to requirements of the industry, of the environmental requirements altogether. I'll also request Pratap to share his view on it.
Yeah, so I just tell you, I think all panelists that KBR as such global, we are going ahead with carbon neutral in our operations by 2030. So the last year we went into a carbon neutral. We bought some tickets from our windmills operating in India itself. And we ourselves, the whole organization showed as a carbon neutral. So this is a sustainability efforts which we are doing as a KBR, as a global itself, in terms of our operations. So the same thing applies to our technologies also. You're rightly saying is that the best thing, what I can think of, you cut the number of steps, like going from crude to chemicals directly, you cut the number of steps, you cut the processing steps, you're going to reduce your energies. Once you reduce your energies, basically you're reducing nothing but the carbon itself, correct? The carbon footprint, you're reducing it. The second thing is what I'm saying is we are always balancing between capex and opex, correct? And we try to do that, and but we are also trying to do the maximum efficiency for all the processes. That is one of our aim, you know. But yes, we stop to a certain level when the capex really doesn't make any sense to put more. And then we go ahead. Otherwise, it is possible. I would say, like, you cannot say that you cannot approach. There is always approach where you can really go and process to the maximum extent by increasing the capex value and enhancing the efficiency so much that it is possible. One more example I would like to tell you, we are going on at a green ammonia. I think you have heard of. So KBR is going very well ahead in that part itself. That belongs to our syngas vertical. I do not head that. Okay, my colleague heads that. And the third thing, what I would like to say, we are already into the plastics. Just you will hear maybe in the next year itself, and more recycling concepts and all that. I cannot tell you the whole itself, but we are going ahead. So we are moving ahead on a sustainability efforts, especially, and on carbon neutral. So that is the one goal which our CEO Stuart Brady has kept it for operations as well as for our technology and overall solution itself. This is what I can tell you, reveal now, right now.
Okay, thank you. Well, I've heard all of you, and obviously this is a problem which is going to happen and needs to be faced in the future. How quickly is the main question. As you rightly put, there has to be some kind of incentive for that compliance, and that incentive should come by way of some monetary benefits in case there is additional capex on account of making the processes or the complex carbon neutral. The only question is, in case this requirement were to come about to be employed in the industry, and let's say in a tender, it was to be included and issued to you as licensors to comply, would you be with obviously an incentive, with obviously an incentive being provided for meeting carbon emission requirements, whatever cap has been, would you be having a technology solution to offer and meet the compliance? Because as long as all of you are able to meet, then only there is a point in including that. So that was the intent of asking this question. And I'm thankful that all of you have given your views, very frank views. And I'm sure for the time being, we limit it at up to this point only. We will handle the problem as and when it is put forth before the industry for necessary and mandatory compliance. So thank you very much. I have really enjoyed moderating this session, and I am absolutely impressed by the concern, passion, and interest shown by all of you to stay this long. And I am seeing there 130 attendees still online listening to this seminar. So obviously there were 300 who had joined, and we are almost at 50% at this late an hour, 4 hours into it, 4.5 hours into it. So obviously the discussion has generated a lot of interest, and I am sure this interest will transform into some good benefits coming to the industry, because after all, we are all working towards the benefit of the industry. I wanted to mention something in the initial stages about what prompted me to look at this topic, but because of shortage of time, I decided not to say that. But we all acknowledge that this is a time for oil conversions to chemicals, and the reasons have been explained very well by each one of you elaborately. So I will not add on to it because it will only consume more time. I have a lot to say and speak, but I will not do that. We'll leave it for some other occasion. So thank you very much. Mr. Shyam Bang, Secretary of the Lovraj Kumar Trust, I will hand it over to him if he has some words to say on final conclusion of the seminar. Sir, over to you, sir.
Well, that was not scheduled in the program though. But anyway, I think the presentations were very, very good, very exciting and very informative, and the latest technologies and the developments that people are talking about. Maybe I would like to extend the discussion to another extent, that suppose if you just make crude oil to chemicals and without any automobile fuel in that case, the capital investment would be small because the plant capacity would be small. Because I think every presenter spoke that when you have the integrated complex, the capital investment goes up. But suppose if we just eliminate the automobile fuels, and then probably you are talking of maybe 2 million tons or 3 million tons kind of a refinery and going into straight with the petrochemicals. I don't know whether that can be a feasible concept to talk about. But anyway, the discussion was good, and I must appreciate everybody's participation, and especially thanks to Mr. Ajay Deshpande for organizing and carrying out the discussion and anchoring the discussion so much. And all the presenters, thank you very much for joining, making these presentations. All the participants, thank you very much for joining. Thank you all.
So one final word, many people from the audience have requested for a copy of the presentation. So I suppose you will be able to email these to the Lovraj Kumar email ID so that we share it with all the attendees at the conference?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay. There would also be a video link of this seminar, which we plan to share with those who want it, because some of the people left early, some of them left in between or took a break in between. So they have requested for the full recording so that they feel the comfort of having attended the full conference or the full webinar. So thank you for once again for your participation, and our association between you and us as the trust will continue in future, because we continue to have this event every year. As I said, the second event will be addressed by the EPC and EPCM companies sometime in January. We'll fix a date, and we have, like you, we have invited almost 10 to 12 EPC companies to come up with a presentation. So I would request you will be getting a web link of those of that webinar also. I request you to participate in that, because there will be many issues which they will be bringing out about what licenses do or don't do. So you better listen to those and correct yourself where you need to correct yourself. So thank you. And of course, the final seminar will be the owners. Now, the final seminar, which will be addressed by the owners, I am yet to decide on the final composition of it. It is quite likely it could be a presentation the way you have done it, or it could be a panel discussion in which they will be present along with you also. I mean, I intend to see if I can call some of you or all of you who have presented in the first and second webinar to participate as a panel in a discussion with the owner companies, because that will be a more meaningful dialogue. It will be a to and fro exchange of views so that things are sorted out in one go. Is that okay? Does the idea sound interesting?
Quite interesting, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let me see how I can implement that. So first part is over today. The second part will be with the EPC, EPCM companies in January. And then I'll take a call about the third webinar, how to design it. Hopefully we will get some views from the audience about how they would like to have the third webinar also. So we'll take that into consideration and plan the third webinar. So finally, thank you very much on behalf of the Lovraj Kumar Memorial Trust, and thank you for sharing your information, knowledge. It promises a lot for the industry and for a lot for this initiative in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.